I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everybody. We'll take a jump into the board of minutes.
I'll move to accept the minutes, but I think I read them last week. I can't remember. I couldn't find them.
It's been 2 weeks now. I think
But they were out. and
Yep, I sent him like
Yeah, and I think I
Wednesday.
read them
before the fourth.
right after they came on. I looked for them last night. I couldn't find them.
It's been a while.
I will second that one.
Any public comment on it? Being none, all in favor?
No,
Aye. All right, we'll go into correspondence.
There is a hefty amount this morning.
Okay, on the first one, the email. I do want discussion on that.
How's everyone doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, long time no see.
Yeah.
Thought you guys quit us.
The first one's on Johnson, I don't know how you say their name, so it's on the increasing of the property taxes.
Okay. This is concerning property taxes and the assessments that were received from the Department of Revenue. And the explanation is that Granite County does not do the assessments. The state of Montana, the Department of Revenue does the assessments. They also do the certification, the certified values, which Granite County does not do. That comes from the state of Montana, the Department of
I
Revenue.
think there's some legislators that are
Yeah.
confused at that.
Yeah. Also, when it comes to the county, what the county does, there is a formula and it's a spreadsheet that comes from the Department of Administration that Granite County must use to figure out the mills for each fund. We do that formula and that is that's right here.
Yeah, it's a statutory formula.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that I hope explains that Granite County doesn't raise or do the assessments. And then also she says that she's a retired teacher and that she knows how to calculate a percent of increase. So then she goes on to say that about her road, how she has potholes to navigate on Lower Rock Creek that are 3 feet across, which we know we have our roads, we need to address them. We need to get proactive on that. Then she states that she has poor internet access with no prospects of getting fiber for our rich, like her rich Uber neighbor did. And then, so then she makes a comment and mentions my name, who openly stated at a meeting this past spring on a hot microphone that we on Lower Rock Creek only want to be part of the county when we want something. Okay, so this meeting happened on April 4th. The agenda item was Blackfoot Telecommunications. They came in to explain to us about fiber optic that was coming into Granite County per se, but the exchange was 859 and 288. We had some very disgruntled people from the Lower Rock Creek who were very upset with Blackfoot. And it was a very negative agenda item. And I did make a comment. I knew that we were still being recorded. And I said, this was my opinion, that I felt that, and my exact words were, Rock Creek is part of the county when they want something and they're not part of the county when they don't want the service. And I speak this because they pulled out of the solid waste. They're not paying solid waste fees. And I would be curious to know what they do pay in Missoula. And another thing, there was a petition that came to the commission and they were able to get out of the hospital district. So in my frustration, I made that comment and I own it. And I did not center on any particular people. I was frustrated from the point of the way the meeting went. It was ugly in my personal opinion, but I do apologize to Lower Rock Creek. I do want them to get the service that they are entitled to, the same as all Granite County residents. And this is my statement to this communication from Ingrid Johnson. Eva Bold.
Good job.
Yes.
Really, I didn't think you did nothing wrong. I mean, we gotta.
One thing I was gonna say is Blackfoot did respond and say that that's coming down the line. It is in the plan is my understanding, but that wasn't gonna be, it was gonna be in line after Drummond. Is that?
Well,
your
they said,
understanding?
but remember, they said they were trying to get some of this other done first and then. They were up there working on something and that's what she's mad because the other person got cheated.
Yeah,
That ain't up to us, Blackwood put in. with-
yeah, that's a issue they have directly with Blackfoot.
Okay. All right, so on that one, we'll move on now. Here's the 2023 appeal payment for each county.
So do we have to put in for that or that just automatic?
That automatically.
Yeah, okay.
I thought I read something, oh, SRS, we have.
This is, this is the SRS ones in that.
Okay. That is when we have to decide on the Title I, II, and III, how we're going to receive it.
And that has to be done by July 25th.
And I think, did we already,
Sarah's gonna come in next week. She went to the training on the new SRS process, so she kind of has the inside knowledge on that. She's gonna come in next week and do some preliminary budget stuff with you, so she'll go through that as well.
So I'd have that on for
Yeah.
decision.
and last year, if you remember correctly, they changed it. And we were thinking that we'd just keep it the same. Well, it wasn't going to be the same. We do 80 and 20, and they were saying if you do not say how you want this distributed, then they're gonna make the formula themselves.
Not quite there, saying that 25%.
Yeah.
And that's when we disagreed there. All right, the next one's on the registration for Maple Annual Conference, September 24th through 27th.
Wanting discussion on that.
Not the anthem.
And where's the conference gonna be?
Bill,
You,
why did I say? Anyway, the next one's from Judge Bratsky and she'll be unavailable Friday, July 7th. Jamie Miller will be that couple.
or was.
Was.
Yeah, was.
Okay, I'm joining Zoom.
Next one from Richard and Liz Willett.
I want to read that. I want to talk to you.
You want to put it on the agenda or just talk about
I
it?
can talk about it now or whatever. It is from Willits and it says, dear sir. We live approximately 3 miles from along East Fork Road. When the first stretch of blacktop was laid on the East Fork Road, we voiced our concern that it would start to break up within 2 years and that the repair and maintenance program would have to be frequent and regular. Also, we asked if the blacktop would be extended further down East Fork Road, and we were told that no intention at that time. There was no that was not the intention, and I said that, I told him that, and that was our intention at that time, was to go no further than what we did. And the fact of the matter is, we didn't know until like February we were gonna do this, when we got that extra money, that LAPT money.
LATCF,
Yeah, and that's an offshoot of ARPA. And that came from originally the federal government to the state. Then Mako got it, $2 million for us and all the other counties. According to what our percentage of FILT was. Anyway, so we end up with this extra money. So then, well, I might go through this again. Our road supervisor suggested that we put the blacktop on the East Fork Road because, and the one main concern was the snow. If we raised it up, the higher you get, the more it blows off. It's the wind will, like how an airplane flies, it goes over the wing, and so then it goes faster across there and it blows away. Okay, so we decided as a commission, and it was not me, it was we. The best thing for this county was to put the asphalt on the East Fork Road because it would help with the snow blowing off. And also we were gonna need more gravel on there because that eats the gravel, the East Fork Road does, and the ruts. So we filled in the ruts, we raised it up, it'll blow snow off, which will make graders more available other places because they don't have to be out there on the East Fork. And so,
you want to do a formal response letter then to
you know,
So, okay, the project started when? When you first started doing it
you know,
for this, the project, the original project, and then you finished it up. In February, you decided to go that extra mile, right? We decided.
yeah, we have. Mhm.
But the initial project started in,
When they lay that.
what year was it? The initial project.
Well, 2 years ago. First one,
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
3 years.
3 years ago. Okay,
So anyway, they've gone, therefore we are alarmed to see the current work extending the blacktop. Our concerns include the original stretch of blacktop has already shown signs of cracking and breaking up. Barely. And the raised surface results in steep shoulder on many parts on both sides, which creates potential hazard, especially in the winter when blowing snow frequently reduces visibility to the extent that the vehicle drivers could unintentionally drive off the side and drop over the steep. 3, even if you manage to require the new material through a grant or essentially free, the cost of transportation must be extremely high. We trust that you sought competitive tenders from new trucking companies, not just within Granite County, but also from trucking companies in neighboring counties. It would be interesting to learn how many companies responded and how the successful bidder was selected. Or we appreciate the new work being done is not completed, but we hope that many existing rough patches will be addressed within the problem with the shoulders as described above will also be addressed. We regret not being able to attend an open commissioners meeting in person, so we are expressing these concerns, intending to be constructive and helpful. Very many thanks to all of you for serving the residents county commissioner. Anyway.
Well, one response there was every year we put out to open bid the trucking. So.
Yeah.
There's-
That's what we
First of the year we do it.
do it the first of the year, every
Yeah.
year, we open the bids for that type
Yes.
of
yeah,
trucking.
I just won't work.
And all construction.
Yeah,
And we go with the lowest, yeah,
lowest responsible bid.
Okay, let me see.
so then
And, uh,
also the abrupt edges. I can address that a little bit, I think we'll need some more delineators.
No, absolutely. We're just not putting them until after they chip seal. And we're actually putting some in. Like one in the middle of everyone that's already there.
Hmm.
For the other stuff, just
Yeah,
for these
Okay,
previous.
I kind of missed the conversation. I was trying to get my mouse to work.
Oh. They were talking about putting in some more delineators, what if, he's not gonna put them in till they're done chip sealing it. There's no sense in trying to put them in now and then get like that, so when it's done chip sealing, then they'll put in more delineators.
you can see the edge of the road now. I mean, it's just in the winter time.
Okay, so we're gonna keep moving here during correspondence. The next one from Rebecca. Skaggs, J.C. Skaggs. It's on hiring practices for deputy clerk of court position. Blaine? Is your name in this? quite a bit?
So, I'll give my opinion that the county did nothing wrong in that hiring process. There's nothing personal about that. It was about, who the obviously the best fit was. So, but to use my name in there, I don't know why I'm the county's advisor on these type matters. I don't have to reveal to the public that I'm giving you guys advice. That's what I do.
Alright, so. No, you're fine, you're okay. Next one's on the SID request for road maintenance on Edwards Track, Sean Chapman. It's a create a SID for road maintenance on Edwards Track at Georgetown Lake.
Which place in Georgetown?
Thank you.
Edwards Track.
It's a subdivision.
Okay, it was.
Subdivision.
That's a subdivision.
Hmm.
Yeah, well, sure,
Next one's a disbursement for a Granite County Justice Court. And then we got it from Amanda Cooley on the subject of the raise of transportation grant award status.
And she's gonna come in and give you guys an update on that too. The raise grant wasn't awarded, but I know she wants to come in and do an update on the Trails
Wait,
Coalition.
It wasn't what they thought, or I just kind of hard to understand it, so she could come in. and-
Yep.
The next one's from the guidance for the local assistance and tribal consistency fund. Mako, wasn't you here? And then it's on commissioners from Chantel, Safarias, from Mako on Montana property taxes explained. Department of Transportation. They sent a letter to us about the mail view, or a letter asking for your help with a study about Montana's transportation system.
I think they want you to do a survey.
We get this every year, pretty much every year.
Mhm. You can, last year I think you had me do it, but he would probably be better.
In the DEQ on Valley Construction of Helena LLC. Wastewater treatment facility. We public comment on correspondence. That's the one I was talking about.
So do you want to discuss that more?
I was trying to.
Okay, I just gave my opinion that the county did nothing wrong in that hiring process. And that my name was brought up in that letter, and I just said my job is to advise the county commission. I don't tell the public each time I do that. That's just my job.
Um. There was a comment in here that. Should I address or not address where? She said that. Mr. Adler and myself, we were whispering. To each other,
Yeah, you could, if you want to address.
which I
that.
watched it and I didn't see where we were whispering at each other. I know there might have been a comment made and I nodded, but there wasn't anything pertaining to. The letter, the previous letter. That she felt that we were discussing her previous for the information, the act or.
She had asked for information and you know, Montana Constitution, the public has a right to know unless there's a privacy issue. And we disclosed everything and I was advising of it, so I don't understand what was done wrong. Nothing was done wrong.
All right, go ahead, Elena, on the correspondence.
Thank you, Elena Gagliano, for the record.
Here, Paul Alt's here, road supervisor.
Hello. I'm sorry, you addressed me and I'm talking. Correspondence. I know the time is 9:22, but again, number one, comment, 27 pages of correspondence, 3 minutes dedicated to that. Now we're into road and bridge, I understand, but still, I'm making comments on the correspondence. A number of things. Blanche, I want to thank you with your background, but with the clerk and recorder's office for so many years. Your explanation about the property values. That letter, I think there should have been an action on it. Somebody should answer him. By the way, there's a workshop tonight at the museum, 4 to 7 p.m. for the property values. That should be interesting. I already attended one on Zoom on July 6th. That was interesting, but there's one tonight in person. If you got any questions, that's the place to be. Okay, now, oh, by the way, it's hard to follow the correspondence because what we see online is not in the order that you discuss. Again, I brought it up before. Correspondence, it should have been read before the meeting. And then you discuss whether you're going to take an action, what it's going to be, if it's going to be on the agenda or not. And some of these correspondence, they do require somebody, the commissioner, since it was addressed to you, to respond to them. I'm going to cut this short if I can. Well, as far as the Johnson Everall, again, that has to do with the property valuation. A discussion is necessary on that. Thank you for your letter, whatever. I hope you attended one of the workshops. That's what I would have done. PILT, you mentioned the PILT funding, that will be on the agenda. Sarah went to the training. Great. That's good. That's going to be on it. Mako, September conference. I really do hope that all of you go to the conference. So this way you can refresh your knowledge on how meetings, public meetings, and agenda items should be handled. The Willett letter. There was no need for Commissioner Hinkle to read it word for word. It's online. You all should have read it already. And yes, it does need a notification, a formal notification or answer. And as far as the letter from Miss Skaggs, my name was mentioned too on that. Okay. And her first letter, which I discussed, was a formal Freedom of Information request. And that has to be answered in writing. I may be wrong, but I've been involved with that, especially with Mr. Mike Malloy, who handles Freedom of Information. Okay, I think I covered it. So there has to be a response, especially to that letter
Okay,
in writing, in writing.
okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
There,
Go ahead, Blaine.
there was a response, formal written response to Rebecca Skaggs' letter.
Thank you.
So I'm thinking that the meeting at the museum is 6 to 9, isn't it?
Yes,
Not 4 to
I
7.
thought it was 6.
That's what I got.
yes.
The notice on the, it's right on the front door, it says 6 to 9.
All right, well, we'll move into public comment. And we weren't into a road and bridge stuff yet. I was just trying to explain to you, you always ask who's here, and I was trying to tell you who is present. So we're in public comment. Running a little behind.
Well, there's only 3 minutes on the agenda for correspondence, and there was a lot of correspondence, so. That's hard to judge, though, understandably.
So now we will go into road and bridge, because we do have the public people here. I'm not sure your names, you'll state them when you come up or whatever. All right, go ahead, Paul.
We're at Bladen. It's still in between storms. But yesterday we're Bladen, gotta redo some of that again today already because of the storm last night. And that's pretty much we're doing. We got 4 guys. Bladen, running 2 blades, 2 water trucks, 2 mag trucks, and the other guys are still cold patching. And that's pretty much what we're doing. Just trying somehow to get caught up.
I had a bright idea. Could we contract out Granite Road, somebody? Put out for bids and have, because they've been so patient and so quiet. That we gotta do something. And you're not gonna get to it, I mean, you know, we're way behind, we don't have enough people and whatever, so. Maybe we could just contract it out and. What do you think?
Fine with me.
Okay, my question is, we have 4 graders, right?
Correct.
And 2 are running. Because we only have 2 qualified people to run.
No, we have more than that, but we're short guys. And we'd have some of the other guys that are in the trucks and blades right now too, but we're just behind with all the cold patching and then with people that are gone. And then the guy that quit. You know, we had them people hired. Not to run the blades, but to run the other stuff. And since we're short-handed, we have to have our other guys. Running that.
Okay, so I just want to make a comment. I think I mentioned this to Scott. Maybe last week sometime is. And I also mentioned it to Chuck today, is that. If we don't have qualified people, we need to train them. We need to find a way to train everyone so that they can run the blade. I don't think running 2 is gonna hit all the roads that we're trying, we can't catch up. And with Chuck saying we need to contract out because we can't, we don't have the qualified people to.
But we don't have enough guys to run. We can't train people until we hire people. And if we
Well,
can't
that's
get,
what I'm saying.
yeah,
When you hire people. They don't have to be trained in the grader, right?
right.
Okay, but I'm thinking we need to be proactive in making sure that everyone knows how to run it, is what I'm saying.
And we do, everybody that we have, except for a couple of people can run. But we can't pull them off of what they're doing. We got our best guys running the blades.
Okay,
And
so you're shorthanded, are you shorthanded because of,
shorthand because we got 1 guy out. And we
One
got
guy
1
out.
guy that quit. So that's 2 guys. And. I mean, there's just, we can't be training people. And then put.
I
our good
understand that,
guys-
but I'm saying we need to look at that. Simply because, like you said, you have to have the grader out there, then they have to follow in the water truck, right?
But we have every guy that works for us right now. Can run blade except 1. And he's the new hire. And he's busy doing the other stuff. But he will, on the slow time, when we're not so busy, absolutely, he'll be taught. For sure. And, I mean, that's just how we do.
Well, I think instead of making excuses, all I'm saying is because we're getting phone calls and the roads are horrible and we're just not catching up. So check saying that we need to contract out. I think we absolutely do. Because it's top priority to get these.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to have our own stuff done first.
I guess it just comes down to what it's gonna cost too, I mean.
Well, it comes down to what it's gonna cost, you're gonna have to do it, no matter what, it has to get done. And when you say,
Can't cost that much, you do.
We wouldn't think it should be an hourly raise, I don't know how we put it in paper. I guess that's what I'm trying to say, not what, yes, what,
well, I got, have you hit Rock Creek yet?
Yeah.
What part of Rock Creek?
They're blading, by today he'll hit Stony Creek.
Okay,
He'll get as far down as Stony Creek. We should have Rockwood pretty well, damn close by the end of the week.
okay. So, because I got pictures sent to me that they're in horrible shape and they need gravel. What about gravel?
We're blading them first.
I know, but are we gonna get gravel on them
We are, but that's
for
good.
sure this year?
Yeah,
we just don't know, we got so much to catch up, we can't promise that we're gonna do that right away, I mean. The lower haven't got hit yet either, I mean, it's people, I get called every day to, I mean, that's just so far behind.
So one comment that has been made is the millings on East Fork. And I think you kind of explained that. That started how many years ago? 3 years ago. And I understand that you voted against it.
Yeah.
Okay. But you didn't vote against the fact that in February we're going to continue, correct?
Because once we've started it.
Okay, I just wanted to make, because I was told that you voted against doing the rest of it, and I don't remember you.
No,
I think we all agreed.
I think we figured it out once we got to, we were.
Once it started, you have to finish it. And we know that 3 years ago, the road fund was in dire straits because of all the millings and stuff that you guys went, and I'm saying, you guys went gung ho on. And it put the road fund in jeopardy. So, but people need to understand, we're finishing up a project, it's been declared that it has to be finished up. And it's not getting priority to the other roads in Granite County.
Well, here, I'll plan a little more here, that. We didn't do that until we get that extra money from the state. That was attached to ARPA money. And so it doesn't come out of the tax base or the operating funds that people think that they're paying for the East Fork millings. They're not. It was money that we didn't even know we were getting until February. And so then we got $2 million. And so we started figuring out how the best way to spend that. And as far as those millings goes, and I explained a little earlier that we raised up that road. That should help really, in fact, that's what a road supervisor told me. The first thing he said, we raise up that road, the snow will blow off more. A lot more, not 100%, but a lot more. And that will free up the equipment to go plow the other roads in the county when they aren't out there on the East Fork. And we all did it. We all voted to do this. So the rumors going around that I was doing my own road. I don't own that road, and I'm not the only person that uses that road. And I got so many people thanking me and thanking us for doing that out there. It's not even funny. I mean,
I think one of the main concerns was that the gravel roads are in such dire straits. And they're working on the East Fork Road, extending the millings, the paved road.
but with that being said. You can do that in the rain.
yeah, it was pouring down rain. In fact, I didn't know. I talked to Paul, I said, was it raining too hard to do this? I mean, should we be doing it? Hey, well, no, we can do this now. Well, we couldn't have been blading those roads, but we could, the whole 2 weeks it was raining.
Yeah,
Well,
We
this is
couldn't have
what-
done
yeah.
nothing else.
This is what we need to explain to our constituents that.
Okay, well, we're gonna move on to this Marshall Creek Ranch dump. These. Where they at?
Do you want the Granite Road on the agenda or what were your?
Yeah, I think so, cause we can figure out how to put it on and talk to Paul and see what, put it on for next week and see if we can get a. And then we'll put it in the paper to see if we can hire somebody to come in with the blade and do it, right?
So we'll write something up and have it on the agenda for next week, and then we'll vote to do that. The advertising.
Yeah.
Cause you need a little time trying to figure out what we're gonna.
Yeah, we
do.
got.
I mean,
well,
he's gonna have to- He'll have to write it up on what they need to do and what, we can't just say go up there and blade it, we need to figure out. We
Yeah.
have a little bit of.
I know
time.
years ago, didn't we contract out and Moose Lake Road was laid by. This is before.
Well, I remember in that fire, we were working with the Forest Service out there on it.
But we had, I guess I can't mention names, but we had, someone that lives out. There that did the road bladed it and contracted it. I
Well,
think.
that'd be public information. You can say. But yeah,
That
it's not,
house.
okay. Well, you can let me know how you want it worded in the notice and then,
yeah, we'll figure something out. And. I mean, it also has to just be. Some done, not. You know.
yeah.
Some
Gives
of the stuff has gotta get done. I mean. Yeah, just,
gives
they were
us
gonna redo the whole
Yeah.
road.
specific location.
I mean, it's gotta be
Yeah,
some culvert work, some blade.
exactly.
Okay,
So real quick, chip sealing, you know, when that.
Toward the end of the month,
and
don't have an exact date yet.
okay, so we're moving on to the Marshall Creek Ranch dump views. They were wondering about their renters, when people rent there, do they get free dumping?
No,
No,
I didn't think so, I just said no, but I wondered that's why it's something.
See, their place in town. One of them. There isn't even a dump. There's no garbage on their tax dealing because. It's affiliated with the ranch, so it's always been that way. I talked with Vicky about that earlier, and she's out now on vacation.
so
So if it's gonna,
I-
if that's not affiliated with the ranch property, then she'll have to change.
you'll have to put, if they have a rental. They'll have to put a unit on it. And that's only right, it shouldn't. Their renters garbage. It's not
No, I get it.
fair that they get it done.
The only thing I'd say is if the county had some agreement that we're not aware of, so we may want to have them come and talk to. Definitely the intent was not if they subdivide in there, that it would be all the
Right,
subdivision people. But if the county did agree to that for like 2, then it'd be good to know that we're not, we lost a lot of institutional knowledge with Mike passing away.
Well, we'll just have them check in and we'll Vicky or whatever and get back and make sure what's what, and have Marshall let us know.
so what I'm saying is looking at the documents, it's vague. It's just says Marshall
The,
Creek Ranch LTD.
the language of that would be just the ranches, but if there was some type. Again, secondary agreement that we're not, that we don't have in our hands.
Well,
So-
they have to produce it, wouldn't they?
So, but that not being on there. Not having actual number shows me that there's a history there that we don't know.
We just have to check into it, we can check it in. Later.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of moving on, so. Anything else on the solid waste fall?
No, we tried to move the metal bin so we could get a 4th bin up here. At the Peaburg site, and it just isn't gonna work out, so.
The what?
Oh, we were trying to get an extra dumpster up here at Beaver, so, cause you get so much going on, and. So we moved the metal bin around to the one side, and it just isn't gonna work out, so we had to put it back where it is. Without doing some. Construction and kind of a big deal, so we're not doing it. Not yet.
Alrighty, I think we're kind of caught up on the road and bridge, just kind of, the next one's going in the road and. Road anyway, Mickey Sanders, come on up,
Good morning,
say your name for the rest.
Mickey Sanders, and I'm from Shakopee Heights, Georgetown Lake. A couple things, thank you, Paul. For the lake show. You guys did a really nice job on that. And now there's no sarcasm in what I'm gonna say right now. Okay, I want that known. I liked the idea that you didn't do anything in front of the docks. Because it was bumpy as hell. And people that were coming through had to slow down for the docks. And then they took off. So whether it was intentional or not, thank you very much, because it worked really well to calm the traffic as they came by the docks.
The sheriff told me he was up there and wrote some tickets here this past
Good.
week too.
Yeah, I know one of my cousins got.
All right, just know I'm prosecuting them because you guys asked for it.
It's part of the deal.
All right.
It's part of the deal. Anyway, but one of the primary things I'm obviously here for is our roads around Georgetown Lake. Specifically, the Upper Lake Road. This weekend, 2 cars had to be towed. Because of front end damage. And one of them, when I came by, there was an ambulance was there. The police were there, the fire department was there. I don't know what happened on that. But you can see the front end and both cars had the same damage. The left front wheel and tire was pushed back up underneath the fender. So the strut was broken and all that, and one person was on their way home to Seattle from visiting out here. And her car's in the shop right now waiting for an evaluation by the insurance adjuster. She had to hitch a ride back to Seattle. And so anyway, that's not your problem nor mine, but it's our roads problem. It created again a problem, and driving down that road on a regular basis, as some of us do. It's almost like you're driving on a one-way road. Because people are coming both ways or swerving, trying to miss some of these potholes. And there's one down there that must be 5-6 feet across. So people are hitting them, and even at a low speed, I mean, if somebody's going 35 or 40, I don't have a problem with them destroying their vehicle.
And most of them are.
Yeah,
I got passed up there, he said, we don't come around, I drove around, and I know it's rough, but I got passed twice.
yeah.
I mean, how are you gonna, even if you fix it, it's gonna. Chuck said, he went out here in the Grand Bluff when they two of them passed you. I mean, that's the problem, is these people don't, you get.
I understand, and the other thing that Chuck or Mr. Hinkle, I appreciate, because that's one of the things I have on my agenda. Was a recommendation that you contract out to get some of this stuff so you can get caught up. We're all paying taxes. And we all want services, we all do. And like I said at our last meeting, no matter what you guys do, it's gonna be wrong. I mean, you know that. And we know that. I know it especially because I've been the other side of that deal. But those are the things that I see happening that I would like to make. I know this is, you can't answer this, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. It is, you have a time frame when you're gonna get to the Upper Lake Road?
Monday,
Monday.
we should be down where they're at by Thursday. If not tomorrow, they're spreading 8,000 pounds of coal patch every single day, 2 guys with a shovel. And they'll be done, it should be done at Rockford, the other end of Rockford. This week for sure. But in Georgetown Lake, that is the next road we're heading. So the latest would be Monday.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. Yes,
Okay, you had a comment the last time you were in and you threw me. I'm going.
I didn't even pick you up.
Well, you threw my mind towards school. Is that fair? Because I couldn't answer your question.
Yes,
And the comment was that in this day and age, we should have capabilities, we should have software to say how much we're spending in each section.
yes.
For
I did
each
say
road.
that.
Okay, well, we don't have software to do that. I don't know which, like you said, it's probably out there. The one thing that I would ask Paul is, do you keep a log on where you work and what time you work and when you work on it?
Gets all on the time sheets.
So I think once upon a time, there used to be, it was called a road book in the vault in the clerk and recorder's office, which it was never used either. But I'm thinking that this is something that needs to be done so that you can prove to these taxpayers in the different areas how much work you do on that particular road, just to so that they can say they're not getting the service, and you can say, yes, you are.
On every month on the second sheet. Every guy writes down what road they worked on, where they're at every single day's road, it's already.
That needs to be transcribed into one book, is what I'm saying. It really does. It needs to be, we can't go through time cards looking.
I'm
to
just saying it
see-
is documented.
That's all I'm saying is just to show to you people, to the taxpayers, that okay, so one thing, the road is not levied the same as the countywide, the value is not the same. Because the road fund is not a countywide levy, just so you know that, so it's not worth as much as a countywide mill is worth. It's worth, for example, one mill countywide is 15,000, and I think maybe a road mill is like maybe. Second,
Just have
let's
it
see.
out.
In order, last year it was worth 13,112. So not everyone is taxed for the road fund, just something for your information,
How is someone exempted from being taxed for the road?
because we live in town. So we're taxed by the city,
I see, I see.
so we have a city tax
Right,
where you guys don't.
thank you, I appreciate it.
I mean, this is just something that we need to do for our own documentation, that yes, we do work on these roads and the whole county is treated fairly.
Well, and see, and that was my point exactly, because I wouldn't be coming here if I could see, just say, for example, arbitrary numbers. 25% of tax income for the county comes from Georgetown Lake. That's an arbitrary number. I have no idea what it is. Then you could say, well, there's 25% available, and we spent 35% to take care of the roads, or we shorted you one way or the other. And then we keep some of this dialogue from happening. You guys have other things to do.
The one thing he's talking about, I think, is that you're talking dollars, not time. That's potentially something that could be estimated probably on an annual basis, looking at
I think that'd be harder to do than time.
it'd be an estimate, it'd have to be an estimation.
Talking about dollars, that's.
No.
Yeah, you're, okay, what you're taking with dollars and cents is you're taking, okay, you'd have to split into 3 different funds and spend out of those 3 different funds on different areas.
No.
You don't think so? Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I gotta say, no, we can't do it that way.
But you know, that's. Hey, we're in the real world here. And I'm not saying we're not. But with the advent of technology that we have available. And I don't know what Phillipsburg County or Granite County is technological wise, no clue. I don't even know where I am. But that in a business. They can go and tell you how much they spent on transportation. How much they spent on maintenance. And that's what I'm asking for. Is that at some point you guys are able to do that?
You're asking to split one fund 3 different or 4 different ways. Yeah, you are.
Or just estimating what's spent up there,
Yeah,
Georgetown versus
you know,
Lower Rock Creek versus.
like I'm continually asked. How much of Georgetown Lake's tax money? I know it all goes into the state. And even the state's trying to hose you guys right now. By saying, you guys raised the taxes. We know you didn't.
Try to explain that. Chuck, go ahead.
This could lead the people on the north end, where it doesn't snow as much. Complain about all the snow plowing that's getting done up here. They can say, well, hey, we're subsidizing, if we did it that way. We're subsidizing those guys up there. Wouldn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah.
But
Like you said, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't.
and the snow plow is a matter of safety.
You gotta come in. State your name. State your name.
Yeah, so here, my name's Bruce Sager. I spoke to the commission last year on a 911 topic a couple of times. You may remember me on that. I'm also the president of the Jericho Bay HOA, and I'm also a director on the Georgetown Lake Homes Association. I get very similar questions from my people. You know, we have 34 properties in our subdivisions, 1, 2, and 3. And the prevailing question is, what in the world am I getting for the tax money I'm paying? And I think now you're on a good point. A lot of the challenge you have is on communication and people understanding what, what's going on in that regard. I'm going to record first of all, is one of the comments I heard from a couple of weeks ago was kind of disheartening to me, because we don't all live in $1 million homes at the lake. Okay, my home doesn't have heat. That's my choice, not yours. Okay, but I can only use my place 3 months out of the year. In a good year, June was a wash this year. But between my 2 properties and the other 32 in our subdivision, prior to the last reappraisal that we're just getting right now, not one of those properties is over $1 million. When we hear, you have $1 million homes looking for special treatment, that is not the case. 90% of our properties are seasonal, weekends and summers and whatnot. We only have about 10% of our folks live there year round. So because of that, everybody pays their fair share of the school taxes, the library, the hospital, all down the list. And no one's complaining about that. We understand that's part of keeping, a good county up and running where we have our properties. But what we do need is access to emergency services, kind of like the 911 chase we're still on, and I appreciate that help. We need access to, sheriff's protection, fire protection, and decent roads to get us in and out and get those services in and out to us. And that's what myself and our neighborhood are most concerned about. So, part of the conversation I thought was pretty good earlier, talking about what's being done, what's going to be done next on the roads. I think one of the challenges you face, like we already found, no matter what you do, somebody's going to be unhappy about it. But is most beneficial if you can explain, for example, why East Fork Road has been prioritized for the milling work as opposed to Lakeshore Road. Is it because it gets more use? I don't know. But that's something that, probably needs to be communicated out there. so
Who
people
owns the Lakeshore Road?
understand. Well, I understand Lakeshore Road is kind of a mess.
Who owns it?
Well, you're asking me, I should be asking you. I believe it is owned by the Forest Service and maintained by Granite County.
So you
Right or
think
wrong?
that we should put millings on the Forest Service Road?
I'm saying that I know there have been proposals in the past to do just that. And the actions, for whatever reason, were not taken, either timely or for whatever reason. by our commissioners. And now we're sitting here, we have probably the worst road I've ever had the dishonor of driving on with no choice to use it to get to my place. For June prior to that, and it wasn't until the 3rd of July where they're able to get up there. I understand Paul's comment. I appreciate your communication with one of my other directors. I know they were dinging you on getting that road graded, and as you properly said, you can't blame mud. We got that. But we do need to do something with that road. Because it is a horrible mess. If that's when you're gonna be adding some gravel to, or some sort of a firm base to get through that gumbo mess, thank you. I can't wait for that to get done. But to get it brought up to a proper standard where the county can take it over and maintain it, that's what we're looking for in my subdivision. Okay, I differ in my opinion from Mr. Sanders here a little bit. I think the whole thing should be smooth. And I would say double the sheriffs up there, pay for the road by writing tickets. Fine, people will understand it. We made a deal in our HOA meeting on Saturday for everybody. Remind your friends, your family, whoever's coming up to visit you, your employees, your contractors. Tell the dang UPS driver who passed me, you love this, I was dodging potholes to the left on Lake Shore Road. He passed me full speed on the right-hand side. And then he came to my house to deliver a package. When I got out there, he was in the driveway. We got a little bit of crow that afternoon. But that's what we're looking
I
at.
just want to point out, one of the main points on the East Fork Road was drifting snow, building the road up. Up at the Lakeshore Road, that is not the case. I mean, because you don't have the drifting that we have on the East Fork Road. And that was the main concern that we had on the East Fork Road.
And
Besides covering
One
up-
at a time.
And that's a good point. The general taxpayers don't know.
I just, one little tiny comment. The tickets that are written,
Mhm.
the funds go to the state.
That's horrible.
That's exactly where they go.
Yeah,
That is horrible.
that's what a lot of people think that just is.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
our tickets, the money goes to the state.
Yeah. Well, we still need to write the tickets. One of the comments I hate to hear is if we fix the road, we're just gonna encourage speeding. If you don't fix the road, you got a safety hazard. And quite honestly, there's enough being paid in tax that people should be able to expect a reasonable road to travel on.
I had a guy blading Lake Shore Road Friday. And he's blading. And there's a guy on side by side doing donuts right behind him on the road that he just bladed. How do you,
Did he call the sheriff?
you just, what do
Hopefully,
you do, you know?
Yeah,
You
call
call
the
the sheriff, that guy's gonna be
yeah.
gone before he's ever there. I mean, it's just frustrating. And then one other thing, on the East Fork Millings, that was a continued project from 3 years ago.
I understand, yeah.
And then another thing you were saying that we had, you'd heard. A few years back that we were gonna put millings on Lake Shore.
Mhm.
We were never gonna put millings on Lake Shore. That was a combined deal
With the Forest
with the
Service.
Forest Service to
Correct.
rebuild that.
And that I understand.
And these guys know the money
Is
difference. and what-
that the same road that we were working with the Forest Service and then they changed their
Yeah,
whole contract? Yeah, we had to come up with,
$500,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, initially it was a
50.
pittance and now it's grown to about.
Yeah.
And I changed that whole deal because the Department of Transportation was involved in that too.
Thank you for the clarification.
So, well, anyway, if, I'm not trying to move, go ahead.
Nope, that's all I had. Thank you.
Hi,
Can you come up, state your name? They can't hear you very well back there. Sorry.
sorry, it's going to get up, good knees.
You can sit while you talk.
Yeah, I guess you just.
Thank you. Janine Sager, Georgetown Lake. First, I want to thank the commission for the efforts that you're worked on with the Verizon and the telephone service. Again, working with Nikki and Bruce and homeowners. We've have advised the people to write to Verizon to keep going because we were told through an email that they are looking at putting a new tower to support the communication system. I don't know. And I would like to understand what the commission's process is going to be in determining or assisting Verizon and where the location of the tower would be. So that we know that there will be a maximum input for the people, because over the weekend, just this last weekend, we had telephone calls drop again. It's whenever the population of the area goes up, we lose the phone. So I think that the communications, especially so that 911 can be reached, should and continue to be a priority for the county as a whole. And so I don't know if there's someone from the commission that can or is working with Verizon for communication to understand what the level is of availability and how they're going to boost that for
So-
people with phones, because people are now saying, well, I guess I have to go buy a satellite phone.
So I talked to Lisa with Verizon, who's fairly high up with them. They're working on the permits for new facility at Cable Creek. Which I mean, the county can't tell them where to go, but that's it's Forest Service, so they're working on they said they're starting with the permits there. They said also that the existing tower, they're gonna add equipment. And I've been asking them when is it gonna happen, and she said, basically as soon as they can, but they're
We don't really got a lot to say on where they go, but we can't tell them, but I mean, like.
be I think a good location there, but the speed of it, there's no guarantees on when they're be able to do that.
Well, our members of our homeowners group were asking if there was a link or a contact where they could write. That if you had that contact or the information,
Yeah.
because they would like to stand behind the commission in encouraging Verizon to solve this issue for not just Georgetown Lake, but for the county as a whole.
The only thing I would say is potentially like a combined email, because if they get blasted with like 100 emails, I think it's gonna frustrate them, but if there's one combined from like different homeowners associations, I think would be effective.
Okay.
Let him know where the drop calls are coming from, and that it's so
Okay.
a reminder, but she said she was gonna send me an email here confirming their plans in the next few weeks here, so
Okay.
hopefully we see it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And one more question about the road. Thank you for your blading efforts, and thank you for clarifying the other road project in the milling. Is there anything on the books looking at doing some gravel playing at Georgetown Lake or the area? Or is there a possibility, as you're revamping one road, that materials could be used as a chip or something on that lake? Because driving here, because of the rain over the weekend, and again, the blading is already washing out. The potholes are coming back. And I don't know. I'm not a mechanical engineer type person, but I just know that you bladed the mud back in, which filled the holes, and you tried to pack it down with the water trucks, but now the rain is washing it out. So it's a constant thing. Is there something we can look at that is a more, for the lack of the right word, permanent fixture, dumping some gravel in those holes, putting some chip sealer on there, and trying to be cost effective, using it from other road works, if that's recycled, repurposed material.
That's where we get all the milling, just from other road work, from the state. We don't ever have our own. We just get them from the state. But. I mean, we cut them roads out. And. Mother Nature just destroyed a dirt road, that's just the way it is,
I mean,
we put the mag down to try to hold them and when you.
what do you have to do? Because I'm a little naive in this. I don't know if it's a tax issue. What do you have to do to look at a project at improving that road from a dirt road to at least something with gravel? If not chip, how do you start that process? How do you evaluate that you've been blading and working on that dirt road for years. And I think it was 3+ years ago. The material that went in there, it's now clay, and it just, it doesn't have the proper drainage. And I mean, all the efforts that y'all's put in on Third is now being washed away on this weekend. So it seems to be like you're spending money to be spending it again, because it's nothing
Well, that's where
sustainable.
plat comes in, and. Now we gotta wait again to reapply for that. They were gonna fix up the road.
Mhm.
And then, but that fell through, and now we have to reapply, so I mean,
So what does that process require? Does the constituents have to do something to apply, or is that a decision that you, the commissioners, do?
Well, this has to come back to us, and it's still out there now, because everything's tripled and doubled. So now the money that they've got, is gonna cover them.
So is there a certain time frame, Paul, when you re-gravel the road?
Well, it's the Forest Service road. And we're maintaining it, so is this Forest Service stuff ever gonna come together or not? Or, obviously at some point, we're gonna have to haul some gravel there. But to redo the whole road, I mean, that's,
So we maintain
does it need
it.
it? Absolutely, it needs it. I'm not
Okay.
saying it doesn't need it.
Yeah.
But
So
it's,
do we have the gravel to put on it? I mean, if they, from what I understand, all the roads need gravel.
I don't think we have enough ground in Rule County for all the roads.
Well, you gotta start, you gotta.
I know, I
you
guess,
have
and
to-
then we'll have to start.
Yeah, we can't say, oh, we can't do it because we don't have any, we've gotta get some.
right, but I mean,
Didn't we just do a gravel?
that's
thing?
up to you guys if you wanna. Put that kind of money into a road that's not ours, or do you wanna wait and see what's gonna happen with this other deal? I mean, that's
This other
not
deal,
my call.
I don't think we can wait for another deal to even come through, that could be years and years away.
Since you're getting Cameron
Well, yeah.
Razor in.
for our new pile down there in the Middle Fork, I mean, we got a lot of road to put that on.
Right.
And luckily, we don't have to put it on the East Fork Road anymore, but, well, a little bit, but. We get the Middle Fork Road and Rock Creek and all those.
They eat it up fast.
Yeah, that's gonna
And
go.
that stuff we crush. So we don't have to drag it over the hill. Believe me, I'm not saying that. Lake Shore, it doesn't need gravel, absolutely needs gravel, no question about it. It's just a matter of,
If we could work with the
Yeah,
Forest
what-
Service and they'd help out, go get some too, but they just keep, all they keep saying is, oh, we'll give you, well, yeah, why would?
So is there anything we can do to help in that process? I mean, that's what we're looking for. Can we help you? And tell us how we can help you.
Go to the Forest Service and tell them to help us out. We said we maintain the road, but you can't maintain a mud patch, a mud road. So, I mean, we need something on there to maintain. And
Yeah.
I think they should.
I'd send Cameron a letter, Forest Service, and they'll put it off the gill and then it'll come back,
You said name Cameron?
Cameron, he's,
Razor.
Okay.
but yeah, talk to him, we'll see if we can get it back on the agenda, so that we can
And in turn,
have them come in when you're here, so they can.
can the commissioners
You know,
notify the
Yeah.
forces that your constituents are concerned about the road, and that you're being proactive too, instead of waiting for the foresters, and you not contact them as well and say that this has showed up, for example, on your agenda multiple times. And, maybe the commissioners could invite a Forest Service representative to attend your meeting, and then in turn, we could.
So
encourage
I'm
the
gonna make
constituents to
comment
come.
here, and my opinion is this. We're starting a new budget year. They need gravel. My opinion is, okay, we need to get more gravel. And we need to look at it and budget for it. And if we have to take it out of Pilt to supplement the road for gravel, we need to do it. It's just something we need to do.
Hmm.
Yes, yeah, why
It's
not? Why
Our
not?
road,
Tell me why not?
it's not our road.
But we maintain it.
You gotta have something to maintain.
Doesn't
That's like-
maintaining mean you put gravel on it?
Huh?
No, maintaining doesn't mean you put gravel on it.
No, that's construction or reconstruction. Maintaining is taking what you have and maintaining into the smooth surface. But when it's a mud road, and they just said, the latest rain, it's all washing out what they just did, what they just bladed. So so we're supposed to go up there every time it rains? I mean, that's ridiculous. You gotta have something to maintain.
I'm finished.
I
Okay,
think
go
that
ahead.
too.
No, we don't want you going up there every time it rains, but we're looking for a solution as the taxpayers and the residents of Georgetown Lake. Again, you know, the ballpark 25% of the county taxes are coming from that area. And I said, we're not complaining about the services that we don't generally use. I don't think there's a single kid or just a handful of kids that go to school. But what we need our focus on is the transportation and the infrastructure aspects from the county. Whatever that takes, that's what we're asking for. Just, it's unfortunate the county doesn't own the road. Let's get to a position where the county does own that road there. And because that is our challenge. We need passable roads and we need safety.
That was part of some background on the agreement with the Forest Service was when they got it up to that, then and improved it, then the county would take it over. Then they increased the match part of it, but having Cameron come back in here, maybe you can give an update on when that's.
We'll get a hold of him.
That'll be good.
We'll get a hold and get him on the agenda, then he can come back, we'll kind of figure, see where they're sitting in that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Whatever it takes to progress it would be appreciated.
Okay, I've got one more comment here. Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. Elena Gagliano, public comment, I believe, on this. Okay, I agree with some of the people, and I think I agree with you, Chairman Adler, that this should be put on the agenda. A good amount of time for the discussion, and the Forest Service should be there. Road and Bridge should be there. The Georgetown Lake Homeowners Association should be there. I've said it before, I own property up at Georgetown Lake, and one hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing. So we all get together. As far as it being a Forest Service road, we still pay taxes. And when we have a problem, we go to our county commissioners because we pay taxes to the county. And therefore, Commissioner Hinkle, it is your problem, and you have to get in touch with Forest Service and find out what the heck is going on. Okay, that's why we're all here. So let's put it on the agenda and have a full discussion about this with everybody present and come to some kind of solution. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna move on. We ran out of time. Thanks.
Well, I'll get you Lisa's from Verizon.
Yeah, I'll-
Okay, so it's not, yeah, okay.
We'll get all the.
Thank you, well suggested.
Thanks. And again,
Thanks for that.
I hope you follow up on Mr. Hinkle's suggestion of contracting some of this stuff out.
Yeah, I gotta sit down and go over and see what
Yeah.
else is.
I understand that,
You can't, yeah.
but I was bringing that, he beat me to it, so I'm passing him better.
All right, we're gonna move on to the dam tenure report.
Thanks, Paul.
Hey,
Have a good day.
Paul,
You too.
did you check that gate out yet?
No, I will right now.
Okay, would you call me, let me know, cause I had another comment on it. And I didn't, I drove by, I didn't go down, and I went up and checked, cause there was some stuff in the spillway and.
Yeah, it's just, I know on Forest Service gate.
So putting gravel on, it's
Okay,
construction.
We're different, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Okay, the dam that, 6420, thanks. 642948.24 inches below. We all talked last week, and I think that was a good deal to move it back to what we did. Because this fall, we're gonna need it. I guess see it. And I went up, I had a call, and Billy got some notice too, was looked. But they were saying that the debris, well, I think a lot of it come out after late when that. Flash, I call it flash flood come down, a lot of that stuff come down, well, where they're docking that, they're stirring all that up, well, them sticks and shit are going that way. Cause it's the water going out, but I mean, what I see, there's no danger. A lot of it's just little crap that's catching and it's just, it's debris. I don't know what.
Where's the debris at?
It's on the front of going in, just over the spillway
Over the
down below.
spillway.
There's
Oh.
something that's got hung up, you know, maybe later this summer, a guy might walk down in there and. But that's a hazard too, send somebody down there, start picking them, but you know, that's just
It's not
debris off the
obstructing water
lake.
Yeah.
flow. Yeah,
That's nothing that, we can't do nothing about
and we'll all see it on
Yeah.
Get
Thursday.
it over, so.
So how far below are we?
that. 0.24 inches below. There you go.
It's, what's the elevations, 29
What happened to our graph?
29.
It kind of faded a little bit, it looks like.
No, that it's,
It's even, the water's just staying even,
No, I mean, the graph is gone. It's.
because the water level's staying even.
but I think they've changed it though, because it used to always show every
Oh.
little.
Oh,
It showed the wind difference.
Yeah.
That's what we're offsetting, and they've calibrated that, so a lot of times now you don't see that. Where they were coming in with.
Anyway, we could talk to them, get a graph there.
I don't
I
know,
like a graph.
yeah.
They changed the, I don't know, I guess we can.
Okay.
no, Brian.
Question. 6429.48 is pretty full. Right, they're 2.24 inches below. And we're
But-
doing what, 30 now?
But it's a temporary modification to adjust from 30 right now. So,
So we had to modify to 30.
No.
yeah, well, no, you're following the FERC order right now.
Okay.
If you change it and want to increase from 30, then that's a temporary modification
Okay.
you need.
So
Yeah. Go ahead, sorry. I know, sorry, I knew this was gonna say something about that squirrel.
I'm just saying. We had it at 30 for how long? A week? Almost.
I last, what
Barely.
was it, Wednesday or Thursday, I talked to you guys, so.
So it's kind of staying level then?
Yes.
So if we kept it at 30. And it's, you gotta consider it full, because I remember last year you said 0.49. You felt that it was full.
So
Okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna entertain a motion so we could.
I would make a motion to keep it at 30.
No, second.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get started and get out of.
Okay.
But no, I totally, and I just wanna make a comment that, you know, a couple of the guys are, you know, people are starting to haste and they're not using as much water. But once they break this fall there, we're gonna have to try to figure out how we can help them down here too. The reservoir's full, as far as I'm concerned. I went up and looked, and like I said, I had comments on the sticks and stuff, but everything looks good. We're all right now. Just if this turns to 100 degrees and this wind, we're gonna start losing a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And where they ran it down the creek and that all looks good.
you saying there needs to be some more like bushes and stuff taken out of the
No, no,
creek
no,
later
no.
on? No.
No, this is just sticks that got.
Yeah,
washed in.
but that's a separate issue and people bring up that the creek needed cleaned out some, no?
Oh, they're talking about where
yeah.
grooms got in there and fixed that, we're just. You know,
Oh, okay.
the maintenance down there, we might have to look into a little more, but
Oh, yeah.
Billy's already talked to Learman, and we gotta get a permit before we do anything.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he
that's
can go
another
look
whole-
at it.
That's a
with
whole
all of
different,
us.
that's a whole different deal, I mean, she's
Before we
already
go
working
down
on
there.
it, we can't do nothing until Brad comes back or gets, then we can look into doing some more down there. Maybe clean a little bit around in culverts and
Yeah, we can go look at it within this fall.
so. I had a second, so all in favor?
Aye.
Was there any other public comment on the one? Means none. Motion carried. No, I really appreciate, thank Jared for taking the time to find out at that blank moment, say, hey, can you run up there, it's.
We did a good job.
Great.
It's
Good job.
yeah, and just have something on there to him or whatever, if he can hear that. Cause he's still learning too, and he, with Paul and that, they, yeah. We're doing damn good.
And those to me and I'll hand them to
Lot of claims.
claims.
Okay, well, we're in the monthly claims. All right, we're going right into. About 5 minutes behind, but the monthly claims review and decision. I got a comment on this one that I just got from. Dave, it came in this morning, I haven't looked it over completely yet. It's a change order on the jail. The bid contract was 21,150, the total, the change orders come to $5,830. This was extra stuff that the sheriff proposed to have done or got done.
You want me to explain it?
You know, they were doing it and then all of a sudden there was extra stuff that needed to get done to make the cell work.
And upgrades, several upgrades. I can explain it if you'd like.
You want to look at it? On this other one, before we start in there, what's it? Door, oh, the door closing replacement.
The handicap opener, we did away with one side. So the other side still, the west side still automatic, push the button, it opens. The east side's just got a standard closer.
So what's the charge for then?
Putting a new closer on and.
I didn't think we were going, I thought we were going with one side open and met the steps, so we didn't, I thought that's what we mean.
For handicap, the other side just closes on its own, otherwise it's just swinging.
So you're done with the project?
You what?
You're done with the
Yeah, it's
project?
complete. It's
Oh.
all done.
oh,
And there's a whole lot of labor went into that I didn't bill for, cause I took the other one home, took it apart and tried to order parts and lots of time I didn't bill for on that.
Okay, and then the next one is balance due and change order on a parking lot barricade. Balance due is 59.75. Tree trimming and removal and disposal. Move, relocate Janine's shed. So it comes to 63.75.
Or what was it before?
59.75.
And you didn't anticipate the tree trimming and stuff on the first bid? And
I didn't bid it, no.
We didn't have that in the bid requirements, to do that, we didn't foresee it.
We talked about, but I think it got. Yeah, I think we just kind of forgot about it, and we got, wanting to get it done.
And I can
I'm not
easily,
making no excuses, I mean,
No.
I should have been a little more, And then, not blaming, I ain't bringing Janine's name, cause I thought she was gonna do some of that stuff, so see, I'm mixed up to it, so that's my bad.
yeah, a lot of that trimming was stuff that just was way overdue.
Which probably did need to be trimmed anyway, so they ain't hanging on the tree or in the cars now, cause I see the new car had all them little specky shit
Yeah.
on it, so. Anyway.
Anyway.
These are claims that he put in, as long
that
as
Jeffrey put in,
No, I think she already put them in. Those are
Yesterday.
copies for you
Just did it
guys.
Yesterday.
well, as long as everything's done and, I'm scared to sign them, but you gotta make sure everything's complete. You and Owen talk to the sheriff.
He said he'll talk to you about it at 1. He's waiting on the electric locks to get in, but I bid it for a key lock and it has a key lock, which is also electric, so that was an upgrade. The overages, I had to sell the bill and I originally bid it to go in that, the northeast corner. He changed his mind and he wanted it in the southeast corner. I'm good with that. That makes more sense. But that meant I had to cut 7 of the 13 panels down and rebuild it. So I had to rebuild half the cell.
I think this is one of the things here, I didn't mean to butt in.
No, go ahead.
This is one of the things that. Our communication amongst us all sucks.
Yeah, big
I
time.
mean, I got,
And
and that's why I said I'm not getting in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Texting you and texting Scott, I said, no, we're gonna bring it here, we're gonna talk about it, but when stuff. Gets changed or moved, I think we all need to be on the same page, cause I didn't,
And I just went with, I'd have
asked Scott, would you rather these were electric locks? Oh, yeah, that'd be fantastic. So that was my idea, but it raised the price of the locks by more than triple, and I've got $1,000 lock set at home I ordered and have, ordered for that I can't use, can't sell, so
I just.
I'll
wanna
eat it,
make
but,
Scott's, and I'm not blaming nobody, it's all of us, it's every one of us got, our communication should be a lot better, if we're gonna do this kind of stuff. Maybe a guy should be up, coming, I should, or we should have been over doing more times and check and see what's
Well,
going on, but when it's Scott's thing and he wants this built and this and that, we just stayed out of it.
One thing that I'll say about it is we did not use an architect on it, but we used like existing plans so that the overall cost of that cell project was, I think, a lot cheaper than what Missoula would have done with their own with architects and everything else on the
I'm
project.
bitching about the cost as much as the
Communication,
communication, because I kind of got in the middle of it and I got a little pissy with you. And
No, that's
pissy
okay.
With Scott, but I mean, it's just, it kind of gets our communication is what. I'm not-
well, I was just trying to, walk him through, hey, well, what about this upgrade? What about this? You like this idea? Do you like that idea? We put a janitor's faucet on the far side. It wasn't anything to do with it. I put a drain in a mop bucket to help the janitor out, and I didn't bill for that, so I was just trying to get along with everybody and be unofficial, I guess, so that's my fault, and in the future, I'll put a change order and submit a change order to everything we do.
Well, I think in that person.
Then everybody knows.
Bring it in, then we're all on the same
Yeah.
page.
Yeah.
I apologize for getting.
No, you're fine.
I got fed up with it.
You weren't out of line at all, nobody was in my mind.
Okay.
It took a lot longer than I wanted to, obviously, but
Need a
I-
motion to approve the change order,
That's what, yeah.
I make it,
I'll second,
Any public comment on this?
because it's not on the agenda.
That's claims are though,
Oh,
so, yeah, yeah.
That's
Oh.
why, that's why I kept it over.
Okay.
So, all in favor?
uh,
Aye. No, you did a good job.
Well, appreciate it.
We just back to the same thing, the communication thing, and then if one person wants to change something, we should all be on the same page, because then it comes in as a blind thing to me, us,
Yeah.
not me or us, and then we're like, holy shit, what's this?
Yeah.
So, from the future, we just gotta be better.
So what
Paper
you're
trail.
saying is that put a bid in for what you put the bid in for, and then the sheriff changed his mind. And
well,
what-
I'm not gonna blame it on him,
No.
because I was a willing participant,
Fact,
absolutely.
fact. Okay. let's-
Yeah, we decided this would be an upgrade, this would be a better plan, we put the toilet in, and when we talked about a floor drain, and he said, oh, I don't know if we need it or not. I did it anyway, there's $300 there on me that I'm happy to do, I live here too, this is my town. So if I can do an upgrade like that, I'm happy to do it. So there's stuff like that, and having to recut 7 of the 13 panels. I've got a bill for that, because I had a lot of time in that, and then we changed the locks, and the lock was 5-6 times more money. And I had to rebuild the door, to make the lock work, so, there's some extra on there, but in the long run, I think for safety's sake and for usability, it's well worth the money.
Oh, I think it looks good,
It's my fault for not communicating that to you guys, so everybody knew what was going on. I thought if me and Dunk knew what was up, but we were good with that, but I guess I needed to let everybody know.
On a change order, we're back through on the claims, and then that's why it's brought to attention, and we're
Yeah.
looking at like, well, what's up, if you bid for this, why you check,
Yeah,
so we should all be on the same page, that's why I said the communication is all I'm saying.
yeah.
It works good, I mean, don't.
Yeah, I can work, but I can't do paperwork or communicate. So, I need a secretary.
I did get pissy.
so what's next?
Oh, we've got a bid in to fix the dome. They're around the dome, but I guess we'll hear that when Janine comes up at 2.
2:30.
She won't be here today, she's sick.
Oh,
Okay, well, I
At,
go. Janine's shed,
2:30.
I didn't re-level it, put the blocks under it, because when she pulls that 4-wheeler in there, it makes the whole thing flex. It's gonna ruin it. I think we can leave it like that, or rip some asphalt out and pour a slab under it. I think it's gonna be the best, because it just got little dinky 4x4s underneath it. You block them up, it just sags and bounces and wobbles, and
Well, you can see the one on that far side, there's already coming off, I can see the I can see a gap under that 4x4.
Yeah, it needs a board under it. Yeah, I'll put a board under that, but as far as re-leveling it with blocking, I think we're going backwards for the longevity of the shed. But it is a little bit closer to the guardrail than it was, but it plugs in, everything's functional there, so.
Well, we'll look at it, maybe we can get it leveled up enough for now, and then we can look into pouring some cement or something.
Yeah.
Try to get this other major stuff done for you.
Yeah. The drain stuff out front, I've got the grading is at the galvanized outfit in Seattle, I think. And as soon as it comes in, I'll get started on that.
Yeah, before we go, I think we just need to get some of this wrapped up and then we can move on, and we can make plans and do some other stuff.
I wouldn't put the dome thing off, so.
Oh, no, we're not.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, we'll wait till she comes in and
Yeah.
next week she'll be back
Table.
on the agenda next week.
Yeah.
We'll put her on the agenda for next week.
Yeah.
It's kind of my baby anyway. She just wanted me to run with it, so if you want to talk about it too, we can. She didn't go up there to look at it with me. She wouldn't know what she was looking at anyway. Love her to death, but she's no good.
We can wait till 2 to talk about it, or,
Yeah.
Yeah,
cause
yeah, no,
2:30.
Mhm.
okay. You done with me?
Yes,
Thank you, guys.
All right, hey.
thank you.
I've seen you that way. Seen you coach softball.
You gotta have it now, so I'm not gonna get new with it.
I'll have a later claim for you when you guys decide how much to refund of the, I'll have a later claim for you when you decide how much to refund of the security deposit. I have that on your agenda for the Hall House. Just a side note.
Is there some damage?
No, everything looked good. I wasn't sure what to do, so I just threw it to them. No, it was really clean.
Yeah,
Can we, while we're doing claims, can we go for a personal matter? Can we?
personnel.
Personnel, Jesus, I gotta, we gotta write that down. Personnel,
Write that in.
yeah, personnel matter, can we close?
It's your call.
All right, hold on.
They're gonna say nothing to spare, if they're good. Might need another coat thing.
Okay. All right, like, yeah, I do see some, okay, we're back on. Yeah, I see some scratch marks in that, I think a person maybe. I'll talk to him about throwing another coat and paint, that some stuff, this.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know about that dirt that's got, in the auger to kind of weight it down or something.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll.
You'd hold that check track.
Paul texted me and said, just need a post bolt and one pounded back in and hang the gate. So and I don't wanna take no County crew off.
The roads.
Gate up when they're up there.
Which is,
No, the gate got knocked over and,
damn,
yeah, well, I don't wanna take,
Campground.
shut down the road crew to go hang. So
Can we have the
let's
weed
just
crew
put it
do?
on Next week and talk to them about, get to them.
Okay,
That's good.
Yeah.
it's kind of out of their scope.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up and work on some stuff and we'll come back at 11:15. The hall,
Whole house,
all house.
whole house.
So all this millings being hauled, is that going to? Was that? to get more
LATC.
Millings from the state or what?
No, that's what we had.
Province.
And we have one little pile, where we released the ground, Charlie Parks called, cause we said we were done. Well, there's still a little pile, there's probably maybe 5 to 10 loads left. And I told him he could have it, cause he couldn't, he said he tried to get, anyway, he didn't get hold of Paul, and I said, he hadn't, I told Paul about it yesterday morning, I got hold of him. But they need it, cause there's some soft spots, so he called and made a deal with Charlie and whatever, it's all good. But that's the only million we have.
Who needs it?
The road in Eastville, there's some soft spots, they're gonna have to fill, take a couple more loads of pin loads up and dump them, but. That's why they're waiting to see what it was looking like when they got done grading and doing
Well, they
everything.
gotta fill in where the category. They gotta take that for the category.
Charlie said no problem, that they'll just put the hay at the other end, once we laid it there now, make, where we stored it, they're gonna make a hell of a good spot for him to put hay. Anyway, that's over the top of the one. And we've never paid him for the storage, because he's never signed the
Yeah.
contract and sent it back yet.
What's that?
Charlie Parks never signed the contract and sent it back yet, but he's still owing for the storage like we used to do at Smith's Pond. I think it's like $2,300 or $2,700.
So we still owe him?
Yeah, he never sent it, he hasn't signed to send it back, so.
So should he sign it and send it back? Maybe?
Paul's
All got
working.
a hold of, what's her name? The secretary.
Sandra Kroll.
Yeah, I got a hold of her, and they're gonna get it done, so.
So visiting with, Julie Vogel, who is the appraiser for the Department of Revenue. And she was explaining some of the things that they did in Butte and explaining the assessment. So basically what I said this morning on the assessment is the Department of Revenue assesses the property, and we have nothing. The commissioners do not assess the property.
Yeah,
So then after it's assessed, the Department of Revenue then certifies the value of the assessed property. That comes from the Department of Revenue. And this is what she was asking me if I would speak tonight, and I said, yeah, I'll explain it the best I can. And then the Department of Administration has the spreadsheet that the county must use
yeah,
to decide how many mills each fund gets.
set by statutory.
Yeah.
Set,
Yeah.
so, yeah, there's not a lot of, yeah.
Yeah.
Just like the state legislatures writing and saying, you blame go to your county commissions and
Yeah.
tell them,
And it's like a smoke screen.
yeah,
They're saying, well, the county commissioners decide how many mills goes to how many mills, which no, we don't. The only time we
they
do
give you the
that,
formula and you
Yeah.
have to set it
Yeah.
according to their.
the only
formula.
time that we do that as the commissioners is in the countywide funds. Because there's like 14 funds that we have to take. We still do the formula for countywide, and that gives us, for example,
So
last,
explain, when you're talking tonight, explain county-wide funds.
yeah, and what that, yeah, I'll do that. The countywide funds, there's 14 that the whole county pays, like I was explaining for the road. Like, I don't pay road, but you pay road.
Pay it in for the,
Yeah.
town.
So you
But-
can't drive out there.
I can't, I don't have to pay taxes when
Really?
I drive out there.
I can't-
Really, what, people should be doing is going to their state legislators and saying, you guys need a special session and get this resolved under your capping it at some amount, or
Yeah.
they've got to look at some type of cap. Let's just keep going out.
Okay, but here's the thing too. So this formula on this spreadsheet you get the same amount of cash as you had last year. So you have this much cash and your value of your mill goes up here. That's the value. Okay, here's the valuation. And you have this much cash. So then your mills, you don't use as many mills to do the same amount of cash as the
Correct.
prior year.
So there's an adjustment on the
Yes.
millers,
Yes,
but it's based on that
yes.
formula.
Yes, and there might be there in the formula, there's a little bit of inflation. And they were saying how the county commissioners can decide, and no, we can't, we can't say, okay, we have so much inflation that we have to raise this. We can't.
Yeah, it's set by,
Yeah. it's-
that's what people do not understand, because they want to go there and protest. Well, it's not even the Department of I mean, I guess assessments, appraisals, they can be objection to, but the state code is
Yeah,
what they need
yeah.
to be
Going
adjusting.
after.
Yeah. To cap, somehow, some type cap, percentage cap or something to. I'm surprised the governor is not trying to get a special session or do something here, but. They should have done that during the session.
Anyway,
I guess there was some fighting over some laws there, but they could never come to
Yeah.
agreement on them.
hey, Doris.
I can't remember.
How's it going? You got replaced or soon?
There's something on the news about it, people off on the connection.
Yeah.
They said something about, how you look at it.
Still working on that.
What they did all the special districts and stuff. It's the commission that decides how many mills. We have to use that formula. From the Department of Administrative.
Makes you wonder what they said at the because they tried out with it's weird and sad.
Well, she understood when I talked to her.
My son, happy you were here, because she went in to talk to her, and then they were looking into the road there, and said, that's okay, no, it's a county, it's a mill, what it's worth, and you ask her, he's. Thank you.
Gonna be fun tonight.
Well, it's,
And on the other note here, where I just looked at the granite disposal, we can talk about this reclaim. He's yet brought in what people have and how many units, and we got this going on, I think, 5 or 6 weeks now. And we asked him to come in and talk to him, and he's gonna be moving too, the secretary. It'd be nice to have it done, and we begged him, maybe can we send him something, say you need to come in and bring that in before she retires. Yeah.
does he pick up garbage all over the county?
Yeah.
All over from one end to the other? How does that get figured in? When someone doesn't pay taxes on paid a solid waste fee?
Oh, you mean all the way down in
But I
Clinton?
talked- No.
You mean all the way down to Clinton area or
Yeah.
Lower Rock Creek? I don't know if it go, does he go down that far?
I think he's Bearmouth from Bearmouth this way. I think. See, this is the problem. We don't know where he's going.
Pretend I live down.
Huh?
Should I call, pretend I live down there? I'm just kidding.
But what I'm saying is
kidding.
that he said you had that in and it would be nice to have it for them quits because she has everything ready for him,
Yeah.
That was the whole deal. He said, oh yeah, I'll get it in. Here it is, 5 weeks.
Yeah.
I'll call.
So do we need to get him back on the agenda?
Yeah.
Well, he just needs to come up and do what he said he's gonna do quick.
Getting old.
Hey, that stuff from Knife River, that's that coal patch stuff, or what is it? That's what I thought, I was trying to tell me, because it don't say, it says UPM on it. Okay, and on that gate, don't shut nobody down to go do that, if you know somebody might, we might find, I don't know, that's at least their concerns right now.
So what was the deposit
What?
for the rental?
500. He did leave it very clean. I have a, I think there's a color. A little bit better. I tried to email him, but it kept saying that they were too big when they pulled them off my iCloud.
Okay, well, I'll just mention it here, we're in.
So you did all that.
So,
It's up to you guys. I figured, so the only
I
two
just cut-
items on there
I don't know if it's me or-
that I thought I would bring up to you guys, so. The lawn needed mowed again. So I don't know where you guys would fall on that. I told him that was probably the only thing that I would foresee you guys kind of having a discussion about, because the interior was really clean. And then there's a lawnmower that he was asking me if you guys would buy from him, and I told him that's not how that works. I was like,
Who's that?
your renter, the renter from the haha. I said, typically that if you leave something at a rental property, they will either charge you to dispose of it or say it's fine, we'll just keep it and utilize it. So that I would let him know if you were going to charge him. He said if he was going to be charged, he would.
So
come
there was
get
a
it.
lawnmower on there, but he didn't mow the lawn.
I'm not. We'll wait till we get on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Really,
11 days. I'm still there.
interesting. So sometimes.
We haven't heard from you that Phillipsburg marketing group. I didn't. I thought they disappeared.
No, I talked to him. I talk to him probably every month.
Oh, man.
I talk to him regularly.
Usually they come in and get a little web or a
Hmm.
update on how everything's going.
I can ask him too. I work with him fairly regularly to update things. There's some stuff I can update that's pretty like,
It's all right. I just. first time
Surface
seen it
level.
playing. Money.
only if I send him lots of stuff to do, and then he'll usually group it together and send a one in. I've been having him do lots of like, because I can't put up jobs and take them down. He has to do that.
So speaking of gravel, do the roads all need gravel?
Certain ones, yeah,
Do the roads all need gravel?
certain ones do.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, we
not maybe everyone, but
there's a lot that does. I mean, there's a lot down below that. I mean, they haven't touched down there.
So are we gonna have to anticipate that,
Well, I think we're gonna.
buying more
really
gravel?
Look
this year.
in to see where and what, I mean, this is somewhere where Paul's gonna have to say, yeah, this is the road that there's a major one, we might have to put 100,000 grab, you know, I'm just throwing numbers. He's gonna have to be the one that looks, cause he's. But like out there. We put all that gravel on there in front of the ranch at Rock Creek, you know, a few years ago, and it just, you can't. I mean, if they don't slow down, it's. I mean, you can dig and dig, you can dig it up, and as soon as you get it,
Good morning. Morning.
something. needs to be- Yeah, there's a lot of. Roads that do the gravel, I mean. They're doing it, Albuquerque, I don't know who's all doing it, they're putting out a lot of gold, I mean, that patch and they busted that last night when I come by at 5:30. They were just getting back
Yeah.
and they were spraying and cleaning and everything, so they're ready to go this morning, so.
Um,
There's probably gonna be some overtime up there, what do you do?
It's,
I mean.
there, you have
I'm
to,
not decent.
you can't,
Yeah,
that's the thing, especially when you're shorthanded, if there's gonna be overtime, you can't not
and they're so,
even complain about it.
and they're so, you know, I mean, there's two guys at 8,000
Yeah.
pounds, come on.
Yeah.
And they're doing the shovel, these people gotta realize that, you know.
Yeah.
It's, they should be stopping and say, hey, thank you.
And the way it's been shorthanded, the budget wise should be putting more overtime in the line item.
To compensate.
For the road, because of the fact that
Yeah.
there's.
And there was
It's not saying we can't, we need to spend money, we need to make sure there's plenty of travel. That we have to, but like with you saying with that road in particular. That you don't want to because of the fact it's Forest Service Road and they're supposed to get it up to specs and then turn it over to us. Is that right?
That's right, cause that was the big vote, that's why I voted against the block, cause they were. And then they were gonna kick it back on us as a, yeah.
You voted
I was
for
against it.
it. No, you voted for it.
Not for black. Not for
The
black.
second time.
We, when I first, you waited until I got in. And it was 50,000. That we need to. Put down on the road. Get it,
To meet the max.
yeah. And then we did all that and we agreed to it. And then you were against it and you and I voted for it. And that's the road that. The Forest Service is gonna fix that, right?
Mhm.
Is that the same road that we're talking about? Okay, because roads. I don't know one road from another, and I probably should.
Well, I think the worst. I think the worst thing is that it's just now it's cost so much and then. It's just kind of like the Forest Service wants to dump it on us. I mean, they got other ones in this road maintenance thing that this year we're gonna have to really look at and see. Or are we just actually gonna keep them happy too?
Yeah.
So as a time some of this road maintenance stuff, we're gonna have to say, well, we can't keep doing this. Cause there ain't nothing to work with.
So can we ask,
That's the whole thing. Chuck hit it. It's reconstruction and road man. There's difference, two big items there.
so can we ask them? For gravel?
Yeah.
Should we ask them for gravel?
Yeah,
Yeah. If they want that, or we're gonna have to put anything in the middle.
If they wanted,
Take it off that schedule A or whatever.
Yeah.
'Cause we can't. I mean, that stuff that we got, you know, we already kind of. Know where it's going, and I mean, it ain't gonna take long, it's gonna be gone.
Yeah.
That's why one thing with the state wanting to buy some, we really hesitate about selling to the state, cause then we're back to crushing. And I don't know, yeah. So, I don't know.
yeah, we just say that. For us to continue doing the maintenance, we have to have something to maintain.
Yeah. yes,
That's
you need to give us gravel.
I'll entertain a motion to accept the claim,
I'll make that.
I'll second.
all in favor.
I,
On one claim, I'm gonna talk to him, it's on, I'm gonna mention about. Wait a little bit and then repainting that. There's some big, yeah.
But does it say 2 coats on it for the bid?
It's that.
It should have.
Guys will be looking at those really close now. I am.
Oh, sweet, I'm very there.
Oh, for QRU.
I am me. I'm real. I'm a real person. I'm not just a computer. So I brought one
Thank
for each of you
you.
since I'm
Oh,
not acquainted with you. And,
Thank you. I will first to meet you.
I'm pleased to find out that
Thank
you
you.
do.
Yes, thank you. This is Mary. She sent in an email about the QRU. And
Oh.
this is her resume.
Well, okay.
So there's one for each of you if you want to take and pass.
I've been in the States since the early 90s, but I've lived and worked in some different areas and I did leave
Okay,
for a
well,
while.
wait a minute.
I'm back and I'm,
Just a second. We'll get.
oh, you're still doing something.
Yeah,
Oh, no, I'm just getting through it. I haven't put anything.
QRU is at 11:30.
Yeah,
Oh,
so we'll go into the Granite County Medical Center to introduce the new CBO discussion.
Okay.
Where
well,
is he?
My
Oh, she-
plan was to introduce the new CEO.
The QRU person that wants to, sorry.
I thought she was on.
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
That's all right.
Sorry. Sorry, Doris.
Sorry.
Okay, my plan was to introduce Brian Russo, Doris Gilbertson. I'm a district board member now. Former interim CEO of Granite County Medical Center. My plan was to introduce Brian Huso, however, he called me this morning and he's down in Drummond at the Rural Health Clinic at the health fair. And a surveyor walked in the door. So he is staying there, taking care of business at that rural health business. Just an update report. We had a rural health clinic survey at the hospital. They had not surveyed us since 2014. I don't know what happened, but I mean, we basically had 2 citations. One had to do with the mid-level providers were supposed to review their policies and procedures twice a year. And we had only done it, I guess, at the end of June once since the survey. I believe they cited us on past practice of the last several years. And then we got cited for failure to do a yearly program evaluation that had not been done since 2014. So felt pretty good really about the outcome of the survey. The program evaluation was basically data and stats about individual, patients, numbers, etc. So we basically found a format to put all the information together on, and it's ready for the follow-up survey. So we've had some good responses in terms of our maintenance position. We actually hijacked the individual from the Rock Creek Ranch.
You hijacked.
Yeah, and he actually is going to start, well, at 10, probably. We've had a new CNA, so we have a couple now. We have, I believe, 4 local CNA, so that means less staff, less staffing agency CNAs. We hired a per diem, which means as needed RN, as well as her husband. So if all goes well, hopefully they'll agree to stay on a permanent basis.
as you know, Ashley Westfall was elected to the Board of Trustees, and we hired Brian Huso as the new CEO. And you may have read about Brian a little bit in the paper. He is a seasoned long-term care administrator. He also has had some exposure to critical access as part of the Cody, Wyoming hospital environment. I've known Brian way back when. And so I feel very confident about his abilities to move the facility forward. He's very seasoned, very knowledgeable. And I believe he'll be a very good CEO, and I have a lot of confidence in his ability to move us forward. So I was wishing if you could come and you could meet him today, but that'll be at another time. He'll be up here next month to talk to you and introduce himself. And so we still have openings in several departments, which we're trying to fulfill, but right now we're doing okay where we're at. Let's see. I guess one of the main things I want to talk to you about physical therapy. You know, we have a full-time physical therapist, Roger Terry. And he asked a few months ago if he could bring on a contract physical therapist. Because if we were going to increase our swing bed utilization, having to divide his time between the swing bed inpatient and the outpatient, he was seeing his maximum outpatient services. And so that didn't leave him a whole lot of time for swing bed inpatient. And basically that's where the money was. And so he hired a Lori Krols. She's a physical therapist from Salmon, Idaho. He hired her contract and she's working out quite well for us. I know she's been in the community. I've had other community members say, hey, I like your new physical therapist. It also gives Roger the opportunity to do some outreach, which he has done in Missoula, Bone and Joint, Bozeman. Oh, I guess that's probably where he's reached out and says, we have swing bed opportunities here in Phillipsburg. And this was one of the plans, was to enhance our swing bed utilization. And when he came back from his outreach, we had basically had 3 swing beds in our building. Now, that's not going to happen consistently, but it was a good start for us, and he will continue to do that as the need arises, or he has the time to do that, as long as Lori is available. That moves us to the budget. I did recommend, based on the utilization, we had 110 visits of physical therapy last month. And based on that utilization, I did recommend to the budget that we hire a full-time physical therapist. Would give us an opportunity to fulfill the Phillipsburg needs as well as the running needs. What else? We've been working on the budget. And hopefully, the new CEO, myself, and our accountant met last week. And it should be finalized shortly. I believe it'll be taken to the board at the end of this month. And we did increase some of our areas because I feel very confident that what we have in place right now, we can increase our swing bed utilization. And basically, along with that, I know Ryan and I have talked about a pharmacy program that I hope he will talk to you about next month. And it will certainly add some revenue to the facility that had not been looked into in the past. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Good update.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
You guys got any questions? Any
we are-
public questions?
On the RN and her husband, do they live here?
I believe they're from Anaconda.
So that's good.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah.
Yeah, close. We have, scheduled 3 interviews for the board this week. In which I will be interviewing today as well as, Friday.
Appreciate y'all.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Lisa, have a good day.
Thanks, Doris.
Okay, it's a. Couple minutes. We're on the Hall House property, return of security deposit for tenant. I got some notes on this and I stopped and looked in that. Being that's a county building. Is there a way we could paint it?
Well, the
You-
revenue that comes in, you should be able to
That's what I'm wondering.
use.
See how it's drying out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna take some major paint, but. It's a good house. I mean, we put a lot of money into it. I just hate to see. in-
Absolutely, the revenue that's coming in, you can use on it. to
Right,
upkeep.
Okay, that was one of the questions, and then, I guess on that, returning of the deposit, he waited so long to mow. Now there's a bunch of dead spots in the grass because it was so deep and what mulch or picked up. Or raked, and so now we got a bunch of dead spots because there's all that brown and grass, you know how it gets. It just, there's lots of yard work that needs to be done. I don't know if we got to try to hire it out before, or we can have somebody else come in, because it isn't very fair for somebody else to come in and try to clean up somebody else's mess.
So what would you think would be,
Think we should try to find somebody to,
I mean, giving him back, because he wouldn't get his full deposit back because he didn't meet.
no, the inside looks awesome, but the outside, I don't see, no. If it's gonna cost the taxpayers to fix this.
What was
What do
the
you say?
deposit? How much?
It's 500.
Cause I mean, we're gonna have to hire somebody at a lawn business come in and take care, they're gonna have to do the whole thing
Take a couple hundred of it.
and take half of it, so.
Yeah, I think dock him a couple hundred on it for the yard work.
I mean, cause we were in touch with him asking to get it done and. I had personally talked to him, so.
Because it's gonna be easy that to have someone come in and,
No, that's gonna be, but yeah, they're gonna have to re-black and then.
Yeah.
Mow it all and try to mulch it, so it, cause Larry and Charlene really did take really good care of that yard, and now they've been dead spots, so. I'd say half of this deposit,
half of it.
it's gonna cost us some money to get done, there's a lot of work outside. And then looking into sooner the better, seeing about getting it painted, has nothing to do with him.
I agree.
I'll make the motion to keep half of his deposit.
For the yard work.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna have to hire someone.
I'll second it.
Any public comment? Being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
We have a plan for you.
huh?
That would be.
Do we need to write a little letter in about the, he knows.
Yeah, I'll get with Blaine.
We'll get this a bit back.
Yeah.
All righty, we'll go ahead and move on to this, QRUs and Granite County update and discussion.
Well, I wonder if we should maybe wait until 11:30. There might be more than just.
Oh, man. There
Yeah, there's another person.
Huh?
It doesn't-
Pardon me, there was another person sitting out here a little while ago, maybe she's coming back.
No, she was something else,
Oh,
but there is another person that was talking about.
Oh, we'll wait till that.
So I don't know if she's coming in or not.
I guess on that,
on that,
Wait.
We're going.
They decided to return half of the security deposit
Because of the yard,
because of the yard.
Yeah. yeah, it's been given back he bought the lawnmower, or who did?
I think somebody gave it to him. What do you guys want?
Well,
to
he
do?
can have it or just. leave
Yeah.
it there. I mean, if he leaves it there,
Maybe-
maybe the next person will use it.
Yeah. You just give him notice that, yeah, if you want,
If
you
he
can
wants
take it, yeah, you can take it,
Huh?
yeah,
If not, we won't charge him to remove it.
yeah.
Okay.
So we can advertise then to get that lawn done?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call around. I don't know. I thought about maybe Tim Anderson. He does that lawnmower. I don't know if he wants, it needs
Yeah,
to
he
be
might,
mulched.
yeah.
It needs to be weed eated and
Yeah,
back to shape,
The-
and they have to keep it up.
that, looking at those pictures, that house needs siding. You guys are gonna have to think
No,
about that.
I brought that up to these guys, painted sided.
Paint might not be. Looks like siding, but it's up to you guys. I mean, paint might be a waste of time.
Katie and Justin Yuli's
the
son.
revenue coming in. Is kept track, it's in the one line item, so you could look at that and see just what's coming in. And throw it right back into the house, there's no problem there.
Could we put like 10,000 in a cleaning and all that, and that kind of, yeah, I mean, so we don't really wanna just let it.
Yeah.
shamble.
Yeah, oh, housing is a premium.
I guess guy can
The-
put it out, you know,
the-
maybe put it on agenda next week to talk about siding the
I think
The,
Railwind Hall.
you guys know the sheriff talked about trying to get the new deputy that can't find a place in town. Or in the county.
he'll be in this afternoon to
Oh,
talk about
okay.
it further. I think the deputy may have been able to secure housing,
Okay,
but
Well, we can, now that he's cleared out, of it, we can put it back out for rent.
Yeah, we'd have to be open, we can't just
Take it.
say this is designated. for this
you can if you want,
employees.
you can if you
Well, I don't
want,
think
but
it
yeah,
should.
well.
I don't,
I think you guys should consider something different, because you got a deputy that can't find a place. I think there should be a priority for county when they,
well,
Oh.
then you're giving a benefit to. A county employee that you can't give to all county employees.
well,
Wouldn't it be kind of like in-house? Is that?
you should, you can offer it to all and send who, you can go on, who puts in first. Yeah, you could do, I mean, it should be, yeah, fair market value. I'm not saying give them a discount, but you can give a preference to county employees, just standpoint of it's a safety issue. You can't get deputies in town. That's all
And it's gonna be such a picky, cause they can't have this, that. I mean, I agree, I think it should be out, but I thought being an in-house, that's why I thought you could probably go. If he's already working for the county, that.
we did just get a road applicant too that's willing to relocate here, so that it might
That's
be
on
a pin to
out.
help.
Try
higher.
2-3 weeks away, or when.
I don't know, I just got the application today, I just gave it to
The-
Paul, but they're willing to relocate here, they don't live here.
I guess we need to know, well,
Drummond schools are actually purchasing housing for.
Yeah.
We
Because
don't
it
wanna
kinda
get in the rental program.
I'm not,
That's not no, we're not gonna purchase ground away from public people.
Well,
that could
the-
make-
the sheriff's idea was a wing in the ambulance shed, doing an apartment in there, but. He was just throwing out ideas.
Well, we're not in the rental business.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you just say that?
But if you can't get employees,
Yeah.
No,
it's something to think
It's
about.
pretty tough to go out and buy ground away from people that are actually into the business to do it. I mean, that's cutting in on somebody else. I mean, I'm not for doing it.
Well, unfortunately, the people that have rentals are Airbnb in them.
Yeah,
They're not.
That's
that's
the problem.
yeah, so you wouldn't be, right now, you wouldn't be competing with anything. But down the road, you could.
I was listening to an article recently. There's some company, I want to say in the Midwest, who bought a huge plot of land. It's like a large company, but they actually built a subdivision and they didn't want to get into the rental business. They were having an issue hiring. So it's the way it would work is the housing was offered up much cheaper than you could purchase a house anywhere else, but you had to be an employee of the company in order to purchase housing there. And if you decided to sell your house there, the company had first rights to buy it back. So it just
That's
gives
an
an
excellent way to do
opportunity
it.
for people that were working there to purchase a home
Yeah,
at an affordable rate.
Hey, not
Actually,
changing- Not changing the subject, did you ever figure out that laptop? Or
I need to order you one. You get to pick one and order it because remember that one I have to, it's too old to update.
we were talking about this the other day when I was up here signing checks. That if I had one, you know, in case of going to fires, at least I can get on Zoom. I remember last year I had
Yeah.
trying to call in and she explained a bunch and I looked into it and be like, Chuck.
iPad.
Little one.
Mhm. You can get in that one in a case. We got the one out of the
Something
ambulance shed.
You have an extra one though.
We got the one out of the ambulance shed, but it's so old that we can't update it.
Younger than mine.
problem with one of the laptops I have, it won't, yeah, I can't get updates for it, they do that. But that's just. That's nothing you need anyone's approval for, just, yeah, you guys.
Yeah. But Becky said to pick one out.
He's got it.
You know, on the, going back to the Hull House property. Is when they first put it out there, they had it for 400, which was,
Yeah,
But it wasn't really livable yet. We put it
no,
for
they
400.
fixed it up before Nate moved in, didn't you put all that money into it
We were
before
working
he
on
moved
it,
in?
Then they had to go in and put a whole bunch more, Nate and his mom and them were involved in redoing all that.
What is it now?
Eight.
What I'm going now is 8, and 8 is actually still not fair market value compared
some of these are pretty
to,
high, how many bedrooms is it?
Two.
Two, but they had the restrictions on it, so I
Yeah.
left
Yeah.
over. Not making no excuses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but
No
800,
kids, no dogs.
Plus utility,
me looking at 800, I'm saying, that's fair. Because these
That's
other guys are
reasonable here.
asking
Uh-huh.
way too much, but they're
Well,
getting
I
it.
agree.
Well,
Yeah.
plus, yeah, I know guys for one bedroom paying 1,200.
Yeah.
Mhm.
For a dumpy old trailer, they're paying 1,600.
I just think you should have a preference for county employees, but. But I understand you can't differentiate, but maybe the first one, I mean, kind of on a priority of who puts in for some way to,
Yeah.
but. Just harder and harder and trying to get employees to come here.
Mhm. Yeah.
If you just look and find one, and just.
Well, is this what?
There's something.
I'm gonna get you a bright pink one. And then I'll get you a blue case. I'll be the only one that knows it's pink.
Looking at this agenda item to discuss employee housing. I'm going, employee housing, what do you mean employee housing? We don't furnish employee housing.
Like, oh,
The sheriff this
Yeah,
afternoon.
well, he might, I don't know.
He was just frustrated with that his deputy can't find a,
Well,
Place, so maybe
that's
the-
why we can't get help on the pool either. That's why like Billy just said, you know, there's a person from out of state that's supply here, but. Trying to find, some- I mean, that's all,
Yeah.
I totally understand that. Do we keep it for the road crew or do we keep it for diesel?
Well, I'd say, if I would just say preference for
Just
county
county
employee and then have a priority system of. Who if potentially if they put in first and they're qualified, that you go with them, so then you're not. Differentiating between,
Cause I mean, I
Departments.
know,
Departments.
the guy that applied for the road, you know, it'll be what, 2 weeks, I mean, if this guy's here, and, you know,
Yeah.
that's. Yeah,
Yeah, so then,
so do we,
that's why you can't, that's why I just,
don't understand,
because this guy here needs to relocate, this is an example. But he's not gonna find a place to rent. They're just not. We have a rental, but
we don't know.
if we employee preference, then it would go to the person
Applied, that meets the state.
that applied.
Who knows, this guy that's applied for the road, he might have
Yeah.
family, kids, and
Yeah.
dogs, and which you can't have.
Mhm.
So I mean, that's the whole thing. What did you, Paul? You just gave it to him.
I just gave it to him. The guy has a lot of experience.
I mean, that's the problem.
But I don't like that term employee housing. Cause we're not in the rental business,
You just got that.
and like we don't remodel for renting.
Then we had to clean down. Up there.
So I said, why didn't you bulldoze it?
I know.
Okay, there's the little tiny little shack. That's right behind the shop. Fix that one up. Let's rent that one out.
One, all that.
Why not?
I'm saying, no, that wing is supposed to have been torn down.
Bulldoze.
A year ago, it was supposed to be, they try to get the fire department, I think, to come burn it there, and we just gotta tear it down, and then.
Burn it down as a fire thing, yeah.
And we gotta sort through it and take what we can through the dump and what we can't, we'll have to.
That's like the little house that used to be. Jim Kissel's, that's up across the street from the hospital. And he was the janitor here and kind of a halfway carpenter type person. And they were gonna tear it down. The hospital was, but they mortgaged it.
Ooh.
So the bank said. You mortgaged that house, you can't tear it down, but then why not fix it up?
well, I think if they had a plan for rebuilding it, they would agree to it, but yeah. You're right, the mortgage documents require their
Sheriff
permission to
has a
do
root
that,
cellar over here.
but yeah.
He takes that out.
What's that?
Sheriff has a root cellar over there, should we upgrade that?
Yeah, there you go, there's the deputy, put him in the root cellar. I don't think he appreciate you. You're listening, Carol. I didn't mean.
Not me. Well, it's, we're 1 minute ahead, we'll go ahead and start on this quick response unit. Come on up,
Oh, hi there.
and then, state your name and what you're here for.
My name is Mary Miller. I'm here for the informational meeting on the QRD.
All right, so what are you looking at? Heading up the thing or
No,
that's what we're looking for?
you're looking for, I don't want to be the person in charge, but I'm definitely willing to contribute some time to your effort. I'd like to give 10 or 12 hours a week. And the reason I brought my resume was so that you could see the kinds of things that I've done in the past and the kinds of things I might be able to do for you now. My big reason for being here was to hear you speak about it and find out more about what you have in mind.
Well, like I say, we're looking for people to head this thing up and we have the money for a vehicle other than an ambulance, and that, you know, it takes some people to get into that and
Right.
figure out what they want, and I don't know what they want, and Frank Prince is basically doing that in Drummond
Mhm.
supposedly, and you know, maybe coordinate with them and
I mean, we haven't even heard nothing. I mean, this has gone on, and
Well,
I'm kind of getting frustrated because.
Monica called me and talked to me, and she said that they're very interested in helping get it up and running.
Well, I'd sure be happy to be part of the team or even to just take some information with me and start working on it.
I just want to make sure you're gonna put all this money in that it's not, it's gonna end up, you know. just-
Right.
Just sitting.
Yeah, we'd have to
The
get
whole thing is what I'm.
people committed.
What I'm worried about is, I mean, it's, you're gonna put out $100,000 or better just to get it going.
Right,
We have ambulances and stuff now.
Are you an EMT?
no, I'm an outdoor emergency care technician. We're approximately the same level of training as the emergency medical responders. That's who we would be sent out with. We're not part of the EMS system. It's a national ski patrol credential for ski patrollers who are generally either OACTs or EMTs.
Right now, the QRU in Drummond is through the Drummond Ambulance Association. The Phillipsburg Ambulance Association has not been functioning. But I like Chuck's idea of potentially working with Drummond said that they would do some work up here if they could, and maybe working with them at the start to try to build it up to a point where you would put money into it.
Right,
I wouldn't. Someone that 10 to 12 hours, that would be enough time to be able to even, I mean, that'd be a miracle for the QRU, really. I mean.
well, then I'd be glad to give it. Yeah, what is the leadership structure in Drummond? And Frank is the head of it. Is he running it by himself?
Well, I don't even know how many are on it. We've heard, you know, they're
I
like
thought there's
this
six.
weekend, they did the rodeo. They just took the ambulance to the rodeo and they just had the driver and I think Frank and one, I don't know.
So there's only a few part of the association there, but it is a county entity and they get county funds.
They have their own levy and that.
So that would be something that if we gave her their number and
Yeah. I'd
had
love
her
to do
reach
that.
out to them. Saying that, because if you're interested, that'd be great.
I'd love to.
Yeah.
Where do you live?
I live over where Kevin Brown used to live, across from Rick and Lori and across from Chad.
Where was he at? Or
The
no?
little yellow trailer next to the graveyard.
Oh,
Almost next to the
So this
graveyard.
would be
Yeah.
more,
I know where you're.
so this would be more that like if. Would be better to have something up here, because she lives up here.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, so this would be up here, they would be down there,
Well,
but
this,
coordinated between the
yeah,
two.
so this is just what I'm saying is the Princes are. Willing to get things organized and set up here for this to be on their.
Yeah, working on a Drummond may be good for a while until you can get enough volunteers built up to have their own up here.
Yeah.
That's the thought.
Well, here then you could actually, if you had the rig, you could park it in this ambulance shed up there, but they want to have it out at their house and but she's up here. See, this is what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm up here, I'm pretty centrally located and I'm right across the street from Rick Lenz.
Yeah,
Conceivably would be also.
but so it wouldn't be anything but a hop and skip and a jump to the shed or to the.
Right.
Yeah,
Right, I could be here as soon as the radio went off.
Because this is kind of the point up here where we're having more of the problems because it's so far from them to get to here.
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be better if you're gonna do it, have a rig up here?
Yeah, exactly, that's.
I know, but this is the conflict. What, if they want, they're thinking having a rig up there so they can.
I thought we were gonna have one,
There-
here and one down there.
I thought we were gonna have there and here. I'm here too.
But don't you wanna see like getting it built up
Get
to
it built up
receive
to
a
that point.
commitment to then put the money into it up here?
The ultimate goal, yeah, we
Yeah.
have one here, one down there, cause
Right,
it'd be
Because
tough for them to cover up here.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, we're talking quick response,
yeah.
that means quick response, I mean, that, you know.
Yeah,
it's
to
quick
me,
as
that
you get.
means somebody is bleeding or somebody can't breathe and there needs to be a vehicle up here that's stocked with supplies and we're ready to go. And even if there's only one or two people covering that at first,
Mhm.
if we can keep me and whoever from frying.
Hmm.
I mean, it would be crazy if somebody had if somebody's bleeding out, nobody could get hit from drone rings.
Right now, that's what's going on in Georgetown. They have a QRU. And the Eagle's still responding, but there might be times where Eagle can't.
Right, exactly, or there might be a multi-casualty incident where a couple of cars hit on the freeway or on the highway or anything else, yeah. I coming into this, got on the internet and looked around a little at some of the QRU websites around in Montana, around in some of these rural places. Just to get a feel for it, and some of them had a pretty big group of volunteers, like 8 people standing there in the photo. And a couple of them just had a couple of old people and one other person and the vehicle, but.
Well, we haven't heard anything on a rig or nothing.
I think that. If we have someone that, hey, I want to volunteer, I'm here, get it out there, get it out to the public. And say, well, I want to do that too, you're the first one to come in and have any interest.
Billy,
besides-
there was another person, wasn't there?
There was a lady who provided some
Well, I agree
information.
with what you're
but
saying.
let's see.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to do it. I'd love to do it. What I meant when I
You know,
said I didn't
there's
want to
some
be the
kind of-
only person is somewhere on the staff, we should have a medical director or somebody in that role. Yeah, you know, it just depends how it is. I didn't realize it was
Well,
quite so.
And that's
small,
what
but yeah.
Drummond has right now. They do have a medical director, so
Mhm.
potentially working under that till you can get it built up. My understanding is that Monica Prince is in here, what was that, 2 weeks ago, said that they're working on that vehicle, weren't they? For the.
Yeah.
Or
They
the,
weren't gonna sell the ambulance, right?
they need
Yeah,
to
Monica
research,
said they had
research that.
a
first.
vehicle they wanted,
Yeah,
but they were,
the grant on an existing, one of the existing ambulance, but I think if they're selling that towards another. Emergency vehicle, it can be
I
done.
guess
We
that's
just need to
something
look
we
at
have to
that.
check in
Yeah.
on if we could.
well, maybe. We could give you the combination to the ambulance shed down there. I mean, kind of put her on there as
Yeah.
Ed. You can go down there and look and figure out what you want. I mean, cause
Yeah,
You have
And
a
then come
general
back to
idea
what?
where you could look in there and then give you their phone numbers and they're more than willing to.
yeah.
Yeah, working
Okay.
with them would be a great idea.
Yeah, if you need somebody to head this up at this end of the
So,
valley,
Did you get the
yeah,
stuff back from Eagle to go back? and
I'd love to
see
do
what
it.
we can
It'd be a great place.
No,
to
they
go.
were using it the other day, they were on call, she hung up.
Do you work
She said
around
they were
here
using
then, or?
it.
I'm not working
Oh,
right
good.
now. I'm working for myself and
They
I'm
didn't
sitting
fix
at my
it.
house. And this day is in the end and
Yeah.
I also write music and I'm a body worker. So I've got a few irons in the fire right now, but I'm really good right now.
So they
This
deliberately have.
valley more than once in my life has given me such love and I love it here. And love doesn't flow unless you put it out. And I'm looking for a worthy place to put my attention right now. And from what we've talked about so far, yeah, I have a burning interest. I'll take this on.
Excellent.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I like your Chuck's idea of
Before you
having,
give her the number and I better get a hold of Monica's, remember she said all them papers are laying out. And I asked her, they should be put away if there's stuff laying in there on the desk.
Yeah, I don't need
I
to go.
should then put it away.
For the shut up here.
oh, it's, yeah,
No,
of course,
we're-
yeah.
we're talking about it here.
Yeah, and then she'd work with Frank and Monica to see what needs. Yeah, what can be done
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, the one thing looking at other people's websites that looked like a good idea for having a smaller vehicle than the ambulance is what if it's up some rocky thing in the winter and we've got some 4-wheel drive Subaru that handles well, that can get in there and not, you know what I'm saying? There are a lot of places right now I would hesitate to go with my little 2-wheel drive truck and with an ambulance, that would be another thing. I've driven a trailer. I can drive a long trailer. I'm sure I could get used to driving an ambulance if that's what I was driving, but I definitely see around here. It seems like it'd be an asset to have something like a Subaru that could get on the highway and go 70 miles an hour and then get off the highway and go bumping around. Yes.
They were looking at a suburban. and
Yeah.
stuff,
Suburban
something
type,
bigger
yeah.
there, like you said, you're getting into the bigger stuff too.
Yeah,
But Frank had some ideas on
yeah,
that. so
yeah, talk
me.
to the princes and
yeah.
get it worked out, yeah, so. Do we have to officially appoint her or what?
It's just,
Discussion decision.
Maybe just, yeah, it could be
it's just-
informally having her, meet with them and, because eventually, ultimately, we wanna. Potentially revise Phillipsburg ambulance bylaws and so forth like that, and
Right, and
include the, and have some structure of association that does the QRU, but. Right now, I see it being working with Frank and Monica to get,
Yeah,
but it's you guys.
Groundwork.
yeah, I could work on that stuff for you, which is one of the reasons I gave you my resume. I was considering going into this. One thing that could be done is I could not only work with Frank, but I could call up the directors of these other QRUs, large and small, remote and close in. And quite potentially get a copy of their bylaws, get a copy of their personnel procedures.
Well,
And look at a lot of ideas and consolidate the organization, revive it, put some life into it,
Yeah.
make it go.
well, I'd be like this, yeah, I'm just putting you in charge up here, and we should be able to just take off, no different than having him down there, if she's got the. Wants go, the guy should just let it roll, I mean.
And I could take off, I can drive too, I can drive a trailer. I got a ticket for going 10 miles over the speed limit 5 years ago, but my ticket before that was in 1987 when I got my bachelor's degree and I drove across town, I got busted. But I mean, like, I have a really good driving
Clean
record
record.
and, yeah,
But I mean, this is the first one we've had in,
Yeah.
to have the.
And if you have
Energy
friends
to
that
go.
might be interested or. You know,
That wants to be on this, they just let her.
and have parties down at the. Just kidding.
So they could coordinate with Billy
They
and
were more concerned about the one down there, you know, they said they tried to get up here, but I know they're hanging at home. They're busy,
Yeah.
if she's, I would.
Yeah.
Run with it up there and see what she can find out and come back to us and
yeah,
let
exactly.
us
Yeah.
bring some real more info back and. Cause we don't, I don't know nothing.
That's great on the, yeah, looking at what they're doing, revising the bylaws. And building up a crew, the point that the commission must, yeah, because. Since you're looking at funding it,
Looking at how they run their organization so that they don't get sued. Volunteers, if it's all volunteers, that's gonna help us a lot because the Good Samaritan
Yeah.
laws protect us to a large degree. But yeah, you know, I can look at everything and I can also put together promotional materials. I've got a graphic arts fallback
We
history.
can put you back on the agenda for next week and get you
Sure.
a week to study and do things out there, you guys, and then.
And then like for supplies and stuff, I guess we accept her and she can always. Pick up supplies and we could take it out of Peabody ambulance because it's still funded.
Cause we don't even know what
Yeah.
they need and what's left, I mean, we're.
I mean,
like,
supplies
You're-
for her to do her promotion.
Yeah.
you're not,
Oh,
not
yeah.
levying, but you have there's a
Right.
fund there.
Yeah.
right?
don't-
Yeah, we have a fund where we could,
Should get turned in a claim.
yeah,
And we-
for supplies
we'll give
and,
it-
and.
Good.
Yeah,
This,
It shouldn't take much.
yeah,
I can do really clean stuff and get it out for a really good price and we can talk all about, I can do all of this stuff. We can talk about it more. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
I'm Blaine Bradshaw, the county attorney.
What was your name again?
Blaine Bradshaw,
Bradshaw.
yeah,
Thank you.
also the. County's insurance covered, I mean. What goes beyond Good Samaritan, the county's insurance.
Right.
and,
Yeah, that
and for
protection.
like. On
For
runs and stuff, it's covered by work comp too.
Just need the names of all those on the,
Mm-hmm.
all the volunteers to
Yeah,
be given to Billy.
so like if there was something happened during a run or a call, work comp, they are covered. The Peabody.
That's fantastic
Yeah.
to know.
Yeah,
It's like that on mountains too, at least the ones I've been on. I had a question for you, I never know name something.
Would 1 week be enough time or would you need 2 weeks in order to kind of get things together to
Kind
come
of,
back?
to keep updates, so what, you know.
Okay.
in case we
Yeah.
have to Put something,
Okay.
something, I not, I just think if.
So you're
if we
fine,
keep
it's-
waiting, Just get it stuff.
Okay,
Yeah, if it works for you guys, let's keep it on.
Up to you.
Keep it moving, yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I'll do what I can this week and I'll find out what I can and get it moving.
And just bring back what you got. I mean, we're not
Yeah.
expecting the whole thing, and then once we get moving on, at least she got the energy and ready to go. I think we should
Yeah.
let her go.
Yeah.
Provide her, you know, keep them going. It's- I'm getting kind of where it's not gonna work, because I don't hear nothing, so I'm kind of getting.
The
President.
right person to make them.
Good.
Exactly.
They're doing the QRU under that
Otherwise, it might.
umbrella
Under the umbrella of it.
of the Drummond Ambulance Association, which is a county entity.
And he's president of Drummond Ambulance Association. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I'll give him a call. I definitely think I can get some stuff. with you guys. I would love to work on this. I would love to, yeah. I've been
Yay.
looking for
Yeah.
something, I've been looking for something that.
The commission's been looking for someone.
Good.
Could be the ticker.
So what's the combination down there?
30-6 is this?
Oh, don't sit on.
I can't, yeah, I wouldn't say it on
No,
the
we can't say it.
meeting, yeah.
Yeah, we can.
I will get it to you, though. It has left my mind for the moment. I'm gonna have to call Val and ask her.
So the building down there is a county building on town property, but it's, the building is county owned.
Good. I remembered what I was going to say or ask, and that is when it comes around to the papers or off the desk or whatever, when you do want me to look at stuff, I can also inventory the first aid supplies and make some recommendations about what we need to do to stock them up and get everything as ready as we can.
The only one you worry about is the drum one. She said that they got stuff laying out down there that's private stuff. This one should be cleaned up. You can go look and.
Oh, okay, great, yeah, great,
Yeah, I was talking about the drum.
great.
Yeah, I think they were gonna put that under lock and key.
You know where the building is?
I don't,
We can set up a
we
time.
can set up
Yeah.
a time, I can set
I'll
up a
get a
time.
hold of you and maybe it's in March. I'll get a hold of you later
Yeah,
today.
just sometime, I'll start making contacts and start asking for information from other people. My experience is that if you ask other organizations to share their information and to share what works for them, and even to share what hasn't worked for them, people are usually really willing to give that information. So, yeah, I'll definitely start. Billy, you can call me when you're ready to deal with that, and it's okay with me if it's like the beginning of next week. Or
Okay,
the end of this week or whatever.
okay, perfect. We will get a time and we can go down there and I'll show you the combo and where everything is.
Okay.
Yeah, sooner the better, might as well get it in,
Yeah.
it's gonna work with, make it work, and not unget it.
Let's make it work.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Good, I
thank you.
came here to
Thank
make
you.
something work, so.
good attitude, love it.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you.
Oh,
Nice
thanks.
meeting
It
you.
was
Nice
nice
to
meeting
I
you.
met
Thank
you.
Take care, I'll see you
All
again.
right. See you soon.
Maybe somebody can just send me an email and let me know when you want me to come in next week.
Yep, I
Let me
will.
know what time.
Yep, I will
Thank
go
you.
through all that.
Have a great day.
You too.
I'll make a motion we adjourn for lunch.
I'll second.
Oh, you have a
Elena.
public comment.
Elena, go ahead. I didn't see it, so. I forgot to look up there.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Thank you. I was waiting for public comment, but thank you. And I was wondering, the Phillipsburg ambulance is still in existence, number one?
There's an association there that's real entity, but it's not functioning.
Oh, but it's still in existence though, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then the other question is, why don't you have somebody from there if there's an association? And also the medical center be involved with this? I think they should be interested in being involved with this because that is our hospital. And maybe they'd like to take a part in this also. That was my comment. Thank you.
There's no one functioning really from the association that I'm aware of. I know Jamie Bancroft will help out when needed, so but yeah,
And we've never got nothing back from them. We've asked the hospital and we have, they're changing everything.
It was in the paper. You know, they could.
Yeah, it's not like we haven't
They-
asked people.
they decided not to run one because they were potentially gonna put a bid in on an ambulance and everything.
Maybe they will once she gets going on this. you know,
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, so they could be invited, should be invited to the. Invite the new CEO to the meet, to me.
She has another comment.
Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. Muting my mic when I'm talking and people are responding to me like Blaine was. I think that's a good idea, Blaine, that we do invite the hospital's new CEO to the conversation, because things are different over there now. So that would be a great idea, Blaine. Thank you.
We're off the line.
Did the new CEO come in? Or is it just Dora?
It says Jeans.
Yes. It will make her a co-host. So she should be able to mute and unmute.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead with Jean Starr or Starr Counseling requesting to receive the county's alcohol tax dollars. Hello, Jean.
Hi, how are you?
What are you?
I am good. Who am I speaking to?
This is Commissioner Adler.
Commissioner what? I'm really sorry.
Adler.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
And
We'll just let you go ahead and lead off and what's going on and go from there.
okay, so let me tell you a little bit about the main thing that I do is take care of DUI cases. So state requires that anyone with a first-time DUI, you have to complete what's called ACT. And that stands for Assessment Course or Treatment. So I make sure that I follow the rules of ACT as far as me as a provider. I have to make sure that the courts are aware that I have a client. They have to be aware when that client has completed, whether that's treatment or Prime for Life. I can do all of my services remotely. I have an electronic medical record, which means that a client would get all the documentation needed for an assessment. We would do the interview and then we determine what their placement is. If it's a first-time DUI, a person can even have a mild dependency and still do Prime for Life. If someone has a second or subsequent DUI, state automatically mandates that that person does a form of treatment, and that treatment is based off of what their assessment determines. So that's what their treatment portion would look like. I do quite a few assessments out of your county. I also do a lot of them out of Gallatin and Powell. And this money would help to facilitate taking care of, if there's someone that can't afford to pay the cost, that helps to take care of that. It also helps to take care of the cost of the book if someone is doing the Prime for Life course, because there is a fee with the book that Prime for Life makes us charge, or that we have to incur ourselves. Tell me what you would like to know more specifically.
Personally, I just reading it, I don't, I'm not sure. It said that it was supposed to be no later than June 16.
So this would be, so Sarah said our second funding of our alcohol tax dollars is coming. And so it could, and she's spoken with the state, so it could be redesignated at any time. So this is just the original form. If you guys wanted to redesignate the funding, you could simply just write in Star Counseling. Sarah's been working with the state on this.
What's your guys' idea?
So we send it to Western Montana Addiction Services, and that is Anaconda, correct?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
And what you're saying is you're the one that sees Granite County. Offenders or whatever you would call them. You
Right.
see.
Oh, yeah.
And Western Montana Addiction Services doesn't see them.
I can't speak for them. I don't know. The one thing that I would like to make really clear that I think is important with this alcohol tax money. I have researched and I have learned that this money has been going to
What's up?
We lost you.
these monies have been going to facilities for a long period of time. I researched and found that there hasn't been a lot of accountability with these monies that are being given out. And I think that it's important to know how many people did we serve for you? What were the age ranges? How many DUIs did they have? I think that that stuff is important to know because you're giving money to someone and it's good to know how is it being utilized. That's the way that I feel about it.
I was gonna let you know the sheriff showed up. Sheriff Dunkerson just came in, so he's on board here too. We talk about this.
The alcohol money?
Yeah,
Well,
Hi, Sheriff Dunkerson, how are you?
I hope you're not representing Western Montana Mental Health because in my humble opinion, the money that's been going to them is quite frankly a waste of money.
This is Addiction Services, not.
Star Counseling.
I'm Star Counseling.
Oh,
It's not the same thing.
oh,
Okay, so here's my take on it. I know that we don't have an addiction service in Granite County. That's why we were sending the money. Because we received it and we would give it and we were giving it to Western Montana Addiction Services and we have for years. I am not. I think if you're seeing our residents, then I'm okay with. With giving the money elsewhere where we could see proof of services.
Sure.
Yes,
Granite County Healthy Network is, I'm just speaking from our perspective across the street over there. It is already doing more to help as far as, because we have contact with everybody that has addiction issues and mental health. They've already done.
this is required. When you get a DUI. This
training
money
for that.
here.
Does Granite County Healthy Network offer that or what?
They're gonna try to get, talking to Kayla, they're trying to get, where they're set up and approved by the state. Right now, Western Montana Addiction Services is the only one approved by the state, right?
Star Counseling is
No.
approved and and she's
Okay.
serving the county. I think Healthy Granite County Network has been working on that, but right now they're working under a federal grant, so they haven't gone after state
And
funding.
the county's under, has agreed to it.
Bradshaw, by the way.
Hello, the county's agreed to Western Montana Addiction
Western Montana
Addiction Services for a while, but that ends.
We can
yeah,
redesignate
yeah,
it at
can be
any
redesignated.
Mhm.
Yes,
so I guess we'd entertain a motion that we want Gene Star to do it then, is that what we're doing?
Yes, if that's what you want to do, if you want to redesignate to Star Counseling.
Did you, one quick question, this is Scott talking again, so Western Montana or Granite County Healthy Network
Yeah.
can't take that?
So they cannot, they don't have, there's like a special state certification that you have to go after in order to get that, and they have, I think they've looked into it, but it's not something they currently have because they're working under a federal grant right now, so they are offering a lot of those types of services, but they're working under a federal grant, so they're not going after state funding at this time.
Okay, so what Jane is saying is. That she is willing to take on. And does take on the Granite County residents. And would give us more updates and background on what her services. Entail, where now we just send the money to Anaconda because we don't have anyone in Granite County that.
correct.
that Does this addiction services, and we have for years and years and years. Extended,
Because they've been the only
because there's an.
option, yeah.
Yeah.
But
No other
now
option,
there's a different option.
so it's up to you whether or not. Western Montana Addiction Services should not receive the money anymore, and we should give it to Gene Star.
I'll make a motion, we give the money to Gene Star.
I'll second it.
Public comment?
Elena.
Go ahead, Elena.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. So Jean, you're basically are requesting a contract, right, with the county to be handling this? And you
Yes.
mentioned something that you had one. I don't see it online.
No, so I currently have we call it a remote or a satellite office. I have 6, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I have 6 counties right now that I do this with. And the paperwork is in the works with Cody at the state. He just has to sign off on it and then we'll be good to go.
So the commissioners have to sign something, right?
The
Yes,
com-
well,
It's online. It's that alcohol tax dollar designation form.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, I missed it.
Second, to reference this, Elena, this is a contract we already have now with Western Montana Addiction Services. And this is something where she is coming in and she is offering her services, and it is, the state is willing to let us contract with her over the Western Montana Addiction Services. Correct?
Thank you,
Jane?
Blanche. Thank you, Blanche. I understand that. I was just wondering where the form is that you have to sign to agree to this. And I guess it was Billy who said it is online. I didn't see it. So thank you. I'll look for it. Thanks.
no, I don't believe it's on the county's website.
It is.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah,
all right,
I
good.
uploaded it.
Good. All right.
I can double check. It's not on there.
Oh, any other public comment? Being none, all in favor? Aye. Motion and carried and passed. You get the money.
thank you. I hope you guys, that the rest of your meeting is awesome. If you need anything, just let me know, or if you have questions, just email me and I will be happy to answer whatever it is that you need.
Okay,
You're
Good.
welcome to come to our DUI task force meetings quarterly. The sheriff's the chair.
So
Yeah,
if you would email when those are to me, then I would be more than happy to do that.
Sounds good. Yeah.
that'd be great.
I will, because Billy already has my email address, so if you want to do that, that would be great. I'd be more than happy to do that.
Yeah, we'll send you notices.
Awesome. Sounds
September
great.
Yeah. They're always at one in the courtroom here in Phillipsburg, but yeah, it's first Wednesday in September.
Okay,
All
first
right.
Wednesday in September.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
You too.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, we're going into working with the HDR engineering on response to FERC comments on PDA and where's possible cancel the meeting. Yeah.
Not what you wanted to hear.
Well, it's just not gonna end for the new guy coming in, it's just. This isn't gonna end, it's gonna get worse. The federal,
Northwestern Energy doesn't want to purchase it. Though you look at 20, well, but 2050, it's gonna be, if you can get to 2050 and take it over. That's gonna be
2050?
Yeah.
yes,
I don't think I'll be here.
but. Put it in the time capsule for the county to hire a consultant and do it. Get a loan, get an intercap loan and do your own project.
make some money.
Yeah, get 100%. They should have done it again, but hindsight 2020.
So what are we supposed to do with it besides?
So Jeremiah is requesting permission from you guys to reach back out to HDR because the contract with HDR has expired. But now that FERC is requesting comments on that study, there is a potential that you would have to recontract with HDR for that
We
response.
don't have the money to keep doing all this shit, cause they don't keep up and keep the stuff, here.
Well, we're damned if we do and damned if we don't.
Let's just get rid of the damn.
It's a damn
Well.
situation, we damn well better take care of.
Yeah, you gotta
We're all.
contractually bound.
It's frustrating, it's just gonna keep more and more, don't meet their.
Hated.
So we have to make a motion to go back into.
So are we making a motion that we need to renew our contract with HDR Engineering?
It's, the motion would be to give Jeremiah authority to talk to them about doing a proposed task order. That would be my understanding.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, I make a motion that we give Great West the authority to work with HDR Engineering. Is that,
And to get a proposed task order for this and bring it back to the
Yeah.
commission to approve.
yeah,
Yeah.
what you just said.
All right,
Nice second.
Public comment. Being none, all in favor.
I,
Yeah,
Motion carried back.
so whoever's around at 2050, make sure that
I'm gonna be here.
it,
I.
it is, the
I'm
royalty,
gonna be here.
royalties are going up to 20% though.
I would.
I think it's 2033.
Yeah,
going in,
yeah.
that's-
33.
10 more years.
33.
So that's how many
10
years?
years.
10 more years, goes up to 20%. But so inflation is going up too, yeah. That was the. that
So are
was
energy
the
costs,
Problem.
All right, well, we're gonna jump into the sheriff and his housing. Is this that little root cellar you redoing that for people in it?
Yeah, we should be able to afford to live there.
You could probably
get $1,000 a month for that at Phillipsburg now.
You got a free padded cell too.
Hang on, it's not a nation there.
$70 a day. I just wanted to have a discussion with you guys, because I'm sure you're aware that, well, I don't know that you are aware that my staff can no longer afford to live here. And I'm not here to ask for raises and this and that, but the one new deputy we just hired has 4 kids. They would benefit the school tremendously, but they can't find, teachers can't live here either, so. The cheapest place he can find to fit his family is $1,600. And if Granite County wants nurses, teachers, and first responders to live here, somebody better start doing something. I don't know what to do. Is my dilemma. I don't know what to do.
We're saying a lot of people are paying just because they can't find it, so they were paying for what the
Yeah.
people ask. So I mean, I don't know.
So this new deputy had children, and
Between him and his fiance, they have 4 kids.
so
I did hear one,
I'm gonna be
Maxville
involved.
opened up.
I'm gonna be in a boat where some of my deputies have to live out of jurisdiction. Out of the county, and I don't like that. Because if we get a real emergent call and they gotta respond from where you can afford to live, which isn't very many places in Western Montana anymore. That's a big deal. It's a big problem. And the new ambulance shed that was built, in my humble estimate of things, was a waste of money, in my opinion. We love that garage, though. The sheriff's office just moved right into that. I don't know. I don't know if the county should go into having housing for some of their staff and this and that or not. I don't know. I just wanted to talk to you guys about it because they've priced the working folks right out of this area. Everybody got their tax assessments and the bills in the mail here a couple of weeks ago, and if you work here, you can afford to live here anymore. What's gonna be done about that? Are we gonna continue to allow so many rental homes that it's just out of control, in my opinion, in this area that we, and the locals that live here continue to fund all that? That quite frankly pisses me off. That I'm glad I don't live in Phillipsburg anymore, quite honestly, because if I did, I'd be on a road path down there, counseling things, because something needs to be done. And I always like to think that the less government, the better. But something's gonna have to be done.
I don't know what this can do. I guess I tell we look into it, but I mean, we can't really.
what do you mean look into what? Look
I don't
into
know. That's what.
buying property and having affordable housing. Granite
Well,
County can't afford that.
One,
That's why I'm
yeah,
in a pickle across the street. I've already lost some staff because of housing, folks.
Yeah.
Thaddeus, Deputy Smith moved to Great Falls because he could not afford a home here. And he never would be able to. He's like,
He's a young guy, he said, I'm gonna move my family where I can have a shop and a house, and he left. I've missed another post-certified person that didn't have to go to the academy, because he's like a house in Phillipsburg.
Yeah.
Unless you got $500,000, it's not gonna happen.
You were talking about the wing of the ambulance shed as an idea.
I wanted to talk to you guys about that. I don't know, that building's sitting there vacant. It's brand new and it just drives me nuts. It was a waste of resources to build that. I mean, hindsight's always real clear, but it's just sitting there. There's nothing going on in it. There's ambulances sitting there that, I don't know, they just get collecting dust.
We might get a QRU going.
You might want to, from what I'm hearing. We might need one, so I don't know. I did offer the deputy a room up above the old living quarters at the jail there, because that's one of my only options. And yeah, maybe we'll renovate the root cellar and kick the freezer.
Is that deputy, is the deputy that you're talking about, he just lived by himself?
He would just live by himself up there, yeah.
So he can qualify for the one in the home. Cause that one there, we can't have
No.
kids or dogs.
Well, no, he's the one with the 4 kids. He would stay here during and go home on when his date's off. But I've already offered that. I said, move in. It's yours if you want. He's
What-
currently,
What
Has
could we
other
do in the
arrangements.
ambulance shed? I don't know how, or what could a guy put it for? I don't know how you.
It's livable.
Yeah.
it's nice in there.
Yeah.
And who funds the remodeling? Where does that come from?
I don't know, can we do that on that building is what I meant.
On county building?
Well, I don't know if it's.
And as long as that's used at least partially for ambulance, you guys have control over that building. Whether you have the funds and want to do it's a different story, but you do have authority over it.
But if we get the QRU, then we're gonna be using that building.
So,
True enough.
yeah,
True
The
enough.
unfortunate thing is you're absolutely correct. There's how many Airbnbs in Phillipsburg?
About
30,
third of
40?
Very close to
The
100.
people, they do not want to rent to permanent rent, they want the one-nighters, and they can charge more and they make more money and make,
Well, they'll be the first ones calling when somebody's out here acting up too.
yeah.
And there's nobody to respond because you can't live here anymore. I guarantee you they'll be the first ones calling.
And then buying a home, you can't afford it. Because they're asking,
You can't
And they're
afford a
getting
$500,000
it.
payment on.
and you
sheriff's
can't even
stuff.
get a mortgage, because what they're asking for, you have to be rich to come in and buy. It's very terrible here. It is
I don't know if it's gonna get any better either.
to live and work.
Drummond's, there's been community members step forward and they're all but. They're not giving their homes away monthly, but there's a couple that I know that pretty much are, just so we can have some teachers.
Yeah.
So we got one young man down there, he's a great teacher, I think the world of the kid. And when these folks rented him, thank goodness. There's people in the community stepping forward down there. Maybe there is here too, I don't know. I'm so desperate, I thought about putting out a Facebook post, hey, we need someone to do that.
Yeah.
Or I have deputies that do.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
I did hear there's a rental in Maxville open, and I'll tell you after.
Okay. The museum down there, I know it's private owned, I assume there's 2 floors there that are empty. And that used to be a hotel. I talked to TJ Vitor and about remodeling it into apartments. I said I'd pay for the remodel and then they could pay me back in rent to recoup my investment. And the museum board wasn't interested, but if there were a way to utilize those 2 floors, that's 2 floors that are. I think I
great
figured
idea.
7 apartments per floor that could be made there. And I'm not trying to throw them under the bus at all. That's just an empty vacant spot that used to be housing.
Yeah.
Dad said one of his math teachers lived in there when he was at school here, so. That space is empty. But I don't know who you talk to about that, and they might need some kind of incentive to do something.
It's
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 the
a
museum board.
nonprofit, yeah. So
I
it's,
think a lot of people have talked to them about trying to do that too. I've heard that come up at multiple meetings and that they don't want to.
Yeah, there's something about might lose their nonprofit status, I don't know, but I think they got that from the bank for $1.
Mhm.
They wouldn't lose their nonprofit status.
If there'd be a way to convince them, that'd be an easy fix.
And
Those are the kind of ideas I think that community members and whoever else can come up with to help with this, because it's not just the sheriff's office, they're losing, I know for sure they're losing nurses at the hospital and teachers.
And paying for traveling nurses that are
Yeah.
very expensive.
I know kitty corner to me, there's an old trailer there, Dale Fairgrounds. It rents for $1,600 a month, and it's just an old trailer with a couple additions on it. They're getting it.
Well, yeah, you got 5 roommates, you know.
And maybe they're paying more now.
I don't know what to do. I mean, I don't know even where
That's the
to
problem.
begin. Is there anything livable over here
Where
in that building?
You're using all the space in
Yeah.
there for.
I don't think the county has nothing else. I don't know.
There a way you can stop the Airbnbs?
Well, I don't know, I guess you look into your tax dollar. What can you do with your tax dollar? Can you renovate a place and
Yeah, I mean,
make it available?
the Drummond schools are doing that, buying property, they're using an intercap loan. And they had to put it to the voters on to actually use that loan for
That's
that purpose.
absolutely right, you put it to the voters.
But they did get the loan, the low
Yeah.
interest loan. But if you can't get a teacher, then you might as well shutter the doors at the
Yeah.
school too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. I don't even know where you know. Stop the people, I guess, but I don't know where you even started. Oh.
But your deputy would like to move here, but can't.
he's working on it, he'll probably find a place. He's gonna pay most of the salary. to
Yeah,
do
but
it.
that's, yeah,
You know, how long, this guy's post certified, he's working out very well, he's doing a good job. We're gonna have another Thaddeus Smith comparison, I think, if we don't, it's not working. Not working. I agree with. Trying to get a handle on what's going on here, I mean. Phillipsburg is just being exploited from somebody that grew up here compared to what it is now, there's some good things going on here. But there's also a bunch of people running around with dollar signs in their eyes and just stomping all over everything that I've ever seen, and. I got a problem with that, I do. I think something needs to be done, I told the mayor today, he was probably busy, but I told him I was coming to talk to you guys about this, because. It's not just in Phillipsburg though, it's the surrounding areas, there's, homes too, village, all over the place. So, what people do with their own property, I like to always think is their own business, but. No, don't call for a deputy, we're doing pretty good right now, but I can't say I don't have any living here, because. Yeah, there's only a couple of us living up north right now, so. But 2 of them we hired already, they were in our reserve program, already had places here. Apartments here. So. I don't know, I think I'm glad Dave was here to bring that kind of idea up, that's something I never even thought of before was there, but I don't know, I think if enough people work together, there's solutions to this problem. There's solutions to it.
What's that old tin building across from the hospital? Isn't that a county building? Do they use that anymore?
The yellow one,
Huh?
the yellow garage.
oh, it's a hospital district one, they use it,
For me.
for meetings, but it is.
They have them too, don't they, the hospital?
so the old high school. is
Yeah,
up for
Kissel.
sale. If somebody wanted to turn that into apartments, that would be easy, turning it into.
The
high
old
school.
high school, the old-
It's
what's-
for sale for $1 million.
Hmm?
$1 million.
Yeah,
There's,
the Drummond Motel apartments are $1 million on that too.
but it's the idea of, okay, they're gonna, that we've got what down on Broadway, how many apartments is going in that new building? 2 or 3 or 4?
Oh, down here on the street, I think
Uh-huh.
it's gonna be 4, but it's only for long-term residents, and think if those are community members that came together to build those, I think those should
So it's
be
long
fairly
term.
affordable.
So
Yeah,
there's
it's long
four.
term.
It's gonna be available, but what are the restrictions? You know, like with ours, no kids, no pets. In the little one in the hall.
Is there no kids because of the equipment around? or-
Yeah.
Oh,
That and the pets, cause just the last time they had animals, and they wasn't. Especially dog and you know that,
if you fence the yard, could you potentially have kids there?
you know, I guess we never thought of that.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
If we fence the yard, could you have kids there or is that?
Well, I wouldn't see why not. I was never really against not having kids or pets. Because everybody has kids and pets.
Oh, yeah. I think we're worried
It's,
about equipment.
Yeah.
That's. you know,
Fence
the
would
road
take it.
goes right around the house, cut it out. So that's a big deal.
That house needs sided too, so it's needs
And how much is siding?
not cheap.
I think it's so far out too to get siding, ain't it?
Depends on who you are, what you wanna use. Some of it you can go pick up today and nail on tomorrow. If you want me to look at it, I can. I'll get caught up.
If you get caught up.
When I get caught up.
You're out later, you get caught up. That's what he said, I said, yeah, that's what it is. We'll wait and see, we're gonna have to do something with that, but I mean, there, I don't know if the person looks into it and. I know it isn't up to Paul, but he was just so scared somebody'd run over a kid or.
Well, I
That's really-
understand that concern.
yeah.
We You're backing up equipment and stuff.
They-
At first, I was a little frustrated because my deputy's got kids. I'm like, what are they thinking? And that makes sense. You know, I thought, well, what if we fenced it? Would that be an option? I don't know. I understand Paul's concern.
That's
Kids
why
make
we
me
went
nervous
with
when
it the way we did, just because. Holy cows, you can't, yeah, in and out all the time.
That makes sense, Scott. It makes sense.
I just assume leave it as it is. I'm sorry. but- Yeah, I don't know of anything else.
I don't know.
You got $1 million in your budget, you buy this.
Yeah. Could just go seize it.
Well,
I'm a-
eminent domain, you sell fair market values.
They will laugh about it, I don't know where to start.
I don't know. I believe that there needs to be something done about it, and I don't know if the commissioners and the councils can get together to say we want to, you know, form a committee or something. I don't know. You know,
What about a county Airbnb tax? The fund housing
Not, can't do a county one, but state legislature could change that.
or city, can city do that? Like West Yellowstone has a sales
Yeah.
tax.
Well, they have the resort, they could do a resort tax here, but you can't do just your own separate tax
Okay.
on.
If you do some kind of a tax on these Airbnbs that are, you know, pushing everybody out to fund. Like if we took the root cellar out and put a house over there, put a duplex where the root cellar is behind the sheriff's office.
That's where the state legislature could,
Yeah,
we could talk to Mako.
well, we've become, like it or not, we're not as bad as Bozeman, but we've become a mini Bozeman.
yeah.
I know a guy really well on the sheriff's also there, and their prices. Even what they are paying, they still can't get people to move there. You can't afford to live there. And this has become a mini Bozeman. And it's gonna get worse unless something's done. You know, those kind of ideas, I mentioned the resort district tax, and I don't like any extra taxes on nothing, but. I don't know, and you talk, I'm sure I'll probably get somebody swerve at me later this afternoon if they're listening, but something needs to be done.
Yeah,
Does it really matter if these folks coming here spend how much ever money they're spending on these places for the weekend, and if there's an extra $50 on it, they probably really don't care. I don't know. People.
It doesn't help the taxpayer with the tourists that come in.
Well,
No, I'm talking for the people that live here year round and funding this and they continue to fund it. And. It's just not right. There's no right in it. You know, there's people on fixed incomes, older folks live here in town, struggle to pay their water bills here in town.
Yeah,
And God forbid, they own their own home now after the tax
Yeah.
assessments come out here a few weeks ago.
really won't be able to afford the water bill.
Yeah.
When then you look
What
at
about
the people that are buying up. These houses that were for sale at one time, and it's for investment, and they're turning them into the Airbnbs.
Yeah.
So I think it's more people coming in and buying like next door. For me, there's two Airbnbs, but they weren't. And they came in, bought them and turned them into them.
Well, the legislature needs to look at some type of capping on percentage basis of valuations. This is just gonna go through the roof and. Yeah, they should have this last session done something. They should be doing a special session right now. The governor should be calling it and getting this figured out, in my opinion.
You could still do a resort district tax without any more laws passed though, correct?
Yeah, you could, you could. Yeah,
You have
do
to
that.
vote on it.
Yeah,
Sure.
people have to vote, but
You know?
yeah, that's. Yeah, that could be done. They're having success with it in places. St. Regis has one too.
So then like we kind of discussed it. And like the one, like the mayors kind of discussed it, and they do school district by school district, like school district 1. Would be one resort, and not resort, it's just. You couldn't really call it a resort because it's not, but it's a tourist thing, and then.
But that's what the
District
tax is
2.
called, yeah, resort tax.
The mayor, the Drummond mayor felt that they could do one down there too, because you get a lot of tourism down there as well.
Not as much.
And what that is for infrastructure, is what that tax is.
Well,
But
I think that's fair because the locals, they're paying that. And they continue to.
well, that's like our discussion with solid waste. The people that own their homes are the ones that are absorbing the tourist garbage. Because the more garbage that goes in,
Right.
we have to charge
Right.
more because the dumping fees more and. It's tourism garbage.
Well, the tourist dollars are excess money anyway, it's money people can afford to waste. You know, your home and these people on fixed incomes, like our ranch, you know, there's the profit margin so thin, I'm doing construction, there's not enough money to keep 2 families on that ranch. So the transient dollars that comes through is expendable for these people, it's not like it's gonna hit them and take food off their table. And you know, we'll pay for the extra traffic, the extra wear, the extra garbage, and that just makes sense. That's charging the people who are costing, not the rest of us who are just sitting here trying to live.
Righty, well, I don't know, I guess it's something we gotta look into and see where we can go from.
I don't know. House my prisoners over there in Gallatin County and let them live in the jail, I guess. I don't know.
So you, here's the query, you'd look into it, you have all these Airbnbs, they're not going to. Turn it over and rent it for long term, because they get more money doing it the other way. And they're certainly not going to rent it at a reasonable rate, because they can ask to the moon and get it.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
And to a point,
unfortunate.
Blanche, it's a free market. People do that to make, you know, they invested the money to do it. Good on them. But I still think that the locals here
Mhm.
are funding everything for these folks, and some of them. You know, they don't even live here. They're not a state, they buy it as an investment, they don't even live here. Aren't contributing anything, in my estimate of things, and that's not the case with all of them, but. I don't know, I'd like to see. Go ahead, Blaine, something.
Just looking at the statute on resort area, and it says, one of the elements of that was derives the major portion of its economic well-being from businesses catering to the recreational personal needs of persons traveling to or through the area. So I don't know that potentially Drummond could meet that definition.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just
Yeah,
could we do it too?
yeah, unless they tied on to it.
There's more resort, there's another resort being built here as we speak.
Yeah.
so.
And then it actually benefits the taxpayer, because there's like. A 5% reduction on your property taxes because. Of the fact that you have this excise tax.
Well, there-
And that's the 3%, right? We can't go any higher than
Yeah.
3%.
there might be a way around that resort area, if, I think if the establishes a resort area district. But I have to look through this, so there might be a way for them to tie into being a district. That's,
Put it on the agenda.
no, it says the qualified electors of resort area may create a resort area district, so you have to have majority of the area has to. Get its dollars through tourism, basically.
So if we did that, like District 2 is the majority, because you have the Ranch at Rock Creek, or not District
Yeah.
1, Ranch at Rock Creek, and you have Discovery. That could be included.
And then it has to be designated by the state as a resort area too.
Yeah,
Which
you
they
have
may
to
have already,
get- yeah.
yeah,
I mean, it's just it's a really actually a thing to help with the roads and with the city,
It's everything.
with the cities and
I don't know, but it puts us in our housing situation.
but the housing situation.
Alrighty, well,
I guess if they order campers for our pickups in the future, so we
Here we
can have a
go.
place to stay, I don't know.
gotta get hooked up a camper down there at the. Hamlet,
Yeah.
there's nothing but camper there.
If we don't,
yeah, with 4 kids, that's,
yeah,
that's what that on.
yeah.
I mean, it's an option,
Yeah.
it's just something that, I don't know, where else would you do, I don't know.
I don't know, but I resorted to calling, and I think I know all of them, the ranchers locally. I didn't talk to Steve Senior though. I was gonna call him, but I've called literally all of them that I know. Say, you got a ranch house, maybe, there's one that I still got a line on, but they're not moving out of it for a while yet, so.
We don't have anything on this, and, you know, we next up, the old Carl Nelson place.
What's that house down there that's right there? When you guys own that one by the airport road?
Nick does, yeah, you'd have to talk to Nick, I don't know what he's gonna do with that.
There's nobody living there for quite a few years.
No, it needs all the plumbing, it needs a lot, I don't know if he would put money into it or not, you'd have to talk to him.
Alrighty, well, we're gonna move on.
I appreciate your time.
Know what to do or say, and thanks for coming in. We'll go into the collective bargaining agreement.
So both the. Well, here's the history of that. I just notified Craig Davis from the union, solid waste and road crew union that commission gave 8% to all non-union employees. And that was agreeable to them for a year. And so there wasn't really formal negotiation other than saying that was acceptable. And so I drafted up the changes to the agreement, and they're on the 2 agreements, they're on your agenda.
So 2 agreements.
The solid waste and the road crew are
Oh,
separate
right.
unions.
Always Member of 1,
No,
was member of 2.
Yep.
That entertain the motion, go ahead with the extent of the union.
I'll make that motion.
So you're okay with the way it was done? So something like this where it was just simple, you just notified. Sorry, your motion,
There you are.
that you just notified him and he talked to the road crew and the road crew said, yeah, we'll take the.
that, that's what he said. If they had a formal meeting to approve that, they would still likely need to have their meeting, but he verbally said that was agreeable. Which also said, when have we ever got 8% too? So that's
What we're saying, well, is there union rate is going up too.
the dues
They did.
or the,
Yeah.
yeah,
They what?
They
The
went up.
union rate, union dues went up too.
which, with US Supreme Court now, they don't have to pay into those.
No, they don't have to be in the union, do they?
Correct, yeah.
But they have to have over 50%.
Maybe better not to have an association than not.
All right, well, I guess it, entertain a motion.
We don't have to sign this, do you?
I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I just wait for the motion.
Yeah. Great. Another year.
Yeah,
There's two of them.
The,
You made a motion and I seconded it.
public comment.
as a side note, the US Supreme Court's ruling was based on First Amendment because unions were taking those dues and promoting certain candidates and certain political, so that's where the First Amendment came in.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried and passed.
So they get their raise, they get July wages with a raise. Usually they have to wait.
All right, so. Let's moving on, it's solid waste site, Drummond, it's Drummond is. Not ready for you,
Waiting.
right?
There,
They are not ready yet. Okay.
Yep, correct.
So we'll just table the solid waste for when they're ready, she'll get with you. I see Gail's mayor is on.
So Jan McGill is gonna work on an MOU that they're gonna present to the
Okay.
town council this Thursday, and I drafted a quick claim deed on that property. So they'll have that in front of them.
Okay, the next one's on the ownership of the Southwest Main Street in Drummond. Did you have time to look into that anymore?
We've looked and no one has found any type
Okay.
secondary or later agreement.
Gail has it. Sorry, I just. done that too. Go ahead, Gail. Go ahead, Gail. You might have to call in, something going on.
Let me switch her to a co-host. Maybe that's, I don't know what's going on. Maybe now she can try it. You should be able to mute and unmute. Next enter the request, so.
Anyway, you're gonna table the solid waste site, but South Main Street. There was agreement from 1970 where the county said county agreed to maintain from Highway 1 to in town. I always thought there was a secondary agreement between the county and the town, haven't found it. What I would encourage the commission to do is say that I mean, if that agreement's found later on, that would change things, but for right now, agree to maintain from the bridge to town, subject to if it could change, so you're not making a commitment if there's already agreement found.
Back to that, maintain, not reconstruct.
Well, no, the agreement is, that agreement from 1970 was to totally take over everything. What I'm saying is agreeing to that for right now, and then if there is agreement found later on, it'd still be subject to that. So that makes sense. It's not probably a secondary agreement will never be found, but
I don't think it's the same thing, Scott, because up there it's mud. And down there, at least there was something.
Down there, it's. potholes.
but
Yeah.
Well, it's just, it needs to be dug up and gravel. It's always been patched, it's never been really redone. Needs to have matting laid, it's got, I mean, it's.
here's the distinction I would
And
give.
it's flooded there a few times and wiped it out.
I think your idea of ripping that pavement off and then putting gravel and,
Mad if we can try it.
you know.
If you guys had a express agreement to maintain something right now, I think it'd mean that you totally over it, but that's not what the,
Commissioner's office.
This is Elena. Gail is trying to come in on chat. That she can't unmute.
Know that, we tried to get her.
Well, she's on the chat saying why. It says host is not allowing me to unmute.
She has co-host abilities, so she can do literally everything in there. She can share screen, mute and unmute.
Thank you, Billy.
So I'm not.
Because I had no problem getting in. Anyway, fine.
so I was explaining the difference. If the county has an agreement today where you say you're gonna maintain a road, the legal definition would be the whole thing, you reconstruct. Has the county agreed on that portion of Forest Service Road up to the lake to fully redo that road? No, the county has not, in my interpretation, not agreed to do that, but once the Forest Service gets it, the agreement is once they get it up to the specs, the standards set forth in that agreement, county specs, then the county will take it over. So Commissioner Hinkle is right in the sense the county is not bound right now to totally redo that road up there. I agree with you on that. And so if you don't have it's your county commission discretion on how much you could put into that road right now. But the agreement is to take it over once they get it to county specs.
Alrighty. I guess we'll keep trying to let Gail in. We knew she was trying to get in, Elena. We've been working trying to let her in. Thanks for your comments on that.
I guess during the budget cycle, you guys could look at what you can do with South Main.
Cause remember what they're gonna bring back and see if we could use their engineering stuff that they put the money into, plus that bridge, they thought there might be a way to get money for the slough bridge there.
They have 190,000 that's gonna be given to them by the state legislature. They were gonna, I don't know if they were gonna use a prefab or not, but getting what engineering they have would be
Save a
good.
bunch. I mean, that's
Yeah.
kind of the way we talked last time. I think we're just all gonna try to get everything and work together on it and then move ahead. Yeah.
Gail's gonna call in.
Okay. Yeah, if they can get that grant that they put in for that, I don't know how much they we can use on that road, but. That bridge.
That's 190.
Yeah, so I don't know what they would have to check in to see how much we could actually use for the whole thing than just that culvert.
We've had more than one occasion, I was gonna hang a sign on there, not maintained for public use on that road.
Yeah, I don't drive it.
They patched it all, they've been.
Yeah.
patching it,
No, yeah, they did fill the holes, yeah.
That's all you can do until
Yeah.
you get really into a serious construction, rip it up and tear everything off the top.
Well, why can't it just be gravel? It's not that very, not that far.
I guess we've never looked into.
It'd be
that.
be your guys' be the county commission's call on that one now.
Commissioner's office.
They were asking for things.
It's you. Okay, I'm gonna put you on
Yeah.
speaker. You're on my.
And German, have you been?
Oh, you're fine.
He's
All right, are you there?
full of gravel.
I am. Okay,
Yeah.
So I have to call in on this one.
she didn't have that number.
What is it? Thank you for rolling your eyes, Gwen. I didn't have the number.
I didn't hear you because you're clear across the room. What'd you say?
What's the number? I'll call into the county commissioner.
It's 406-859-7022.
7022. I'll call that.
Thank you, Gail. What did I miss?
You rolled your eye. That's why I hate you. You are. If Chuck and I got into trouble, We don't like.
Yeah, we know better.
See, they
You're
do it
doing
all the time. Because I can't hear them, so they do it all. Granite County Commissioner's Office.
Yeah, this is Gail.
Hi, Gail.
Hello. So a couple of things with that MOU. Our meeting is not until next Tuesday. Jenna wanted Blaine to get the deed drawn up so we can have it to put in the packets of the council. So that's the first thing.
She has the deed, but well, yeah, once a few days to look at it, that's fine. There's no rush that I see on it. We're good.
Yeah, it just makes sense to put it in their package so that, you know, they're already aware of it and stuff, and then she'll talk about it. But I would think that if that's the way we have it is, you know, then it could be discussion and decision that night. I don't see where it's gonna change anything.
Sounds good to me.
I'll have it on
And you
for
got the
20.
FEIN number, Blaine, I emailed that to you.
Yeah, thanks. Received it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then as far as South Main goes, I see what Blaine is saying is if there is anything else, like if there were documents found that Drummond said that they would maintain it or something like that. I mean, I've already looked through all our minutes, but I see what you're saying with that, Blaine. But it's that paperwork is pretty explanatory where they abandoned it and then the county agreed to maintain it.
Yeah, my advice to the commission is to agree to maintain it subject to a agreement ever being found, and probably likely one will ever be found, but
No, I agree. I just, then we were talking about maybe ripping up and just making it a gravel road into town.
You know, it's gonna be you guys' well, not your property, but it's gonna be yours to maintain. So, I mean, we really don't have much to say about it as far as that goes. I don't think anybody's gonna be freaked out about it, because if that sucker's paid, there's gonna be some people flying down that road.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, that was pretty much what we were thinking, and just we go through with what we talked about.
So with the money coming from the state for that bridge, you know, I'm not exactly sure how that's going to come down, because it's given to the city, but I'm hoping we can just pass that through to the county.
Okay.
That's our intention anyway.
and there were strings attached. It was just to be used for the bridge. Is that what your understanding was?
Yes, it is specific for the bridge, for that bridge. Yeah.
Okay. And was there already some engineering done for the bridge, or is there,
Brad, you know, they did the estimate and stuff on it, and I think we sent that up to you.
okay,
Of what he did, we sent that up, I think, last week.
so all that he did sent out, okay,
Thank you.
yep, thanks.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, well, we'll move on now, and we'll see what we can do and what we have to do there to make it work. Be all right, we'll figure something out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, Gail.
Next one, Janine's not gonna be in, but Dave's here to explain a little bit about that talk. You get what I mean,
I only made one copy.
Yeah, no, I think I made everybody
Oh.
copies for you. Yeah,
Billy's on.
sometime.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Well, I can show you on the picture what I'm thinking. I'm gonna take this white layer off.
Well, maybe, hey, let's give some, can we get some background on what it is? So sure people know.
There's
So
a, like a trough around under where the copper ends. You can see there's a trough right here. And you're looking down into it, that trough.
Right here.
It's leaking, I think, through these drains that come out on these four corners. So what I'm proposing to do, if you look at the next picture, is to go from the top, the bottom of the copper. Come out here where that little blue line is and take, there's a roll of concrete on top of the brick under that white. I'll take that white membrane out completely and take that roll of concrete off. And then frame that with 2x6 all the way around and then run a sloped roof from the bottom of the copper. Out to about where the top of that white used to be. So it'll have a sloped roof all the way around it.
So you won't have that.
You won't have the drains. No, it'll be 3/4 plywood, so it's heavy enough you can walk on it.
So
Dance
it'll
on it.
come right off of there out to here.
Yep, it'll come
There
right,
won't be no big difference.
right where the line is. It'll get rid of that trough. It'll still be there, but it'll be under the floor.
You're calling this the trough. The
Yes.
whole thing.
Behind this, if you look at this picture, you can kind of see,
This whole round, yeah.
yes. This
The
and
whole
here,
thing.
just like swimming pool thing, catches water and
Okay.
leaks down through these drains.
So you're saying you're gonna cover it,
Yep, covered all.
all of it.
And when I talked about doing it with copper, I don't have enough copper. So we can do it in a gray tin like we were gonna do around the perimeter and make it match. So it'll go from right here to right here. And it'll overhang, 6 or 8 inches.
Yes,
Depending.
it'll push all the water out to this.
It'll push all the water from here out to here. It'll fall off right here and drop onto the roof. And I'll come out past the brick so it doesn't run down the brick.
Does new drains need put in?
No, get rid of the drains and cap where they come through the brick wall, cap it with that same metal. So there won't be any way for water to get in unless I do something wrong.
Steel, water sealed.
Yeah.
So,
and- and
and
it'll have-
that water getting in is the one that's creating the havoc with the inside.
I think so, yes.
It was both, but this project was not part of the, never considered part of the dome
We
project.
never
So,
ever looked at
yeah,
this completely filling that in.
yeah.
They passed it, I think, twice or 3 times since I've been here.
There's patches on top of patches on top of patches. There's literally in square foot, you got 9 patches and they're stacked on top of each other. And that's the new membrane that the guy from Butte put in. We can't get a hold of him, can't find him, he's just gone. And he put it over the old roof because you can step on it here, the old tin crinkling underneath. So I'm gonna rip all of that out. I can vent it if it looks like it needs it. So we've got like soffit vents going up through the dome. So we'll get airflow that'll keep condensation to a minimum. If it needs it, if it doesn't, then we won't go that route. But to me, that's just the right sensible way to do it. It's expensive, more than I anticipated, because every piece has to be cut individually. That dome is 16 sides. And around it that I'm tying into has 4 sides with little pointy corners cut off. It's gonna be a nightmare, so it's gonna take a minute to do, but I think that's the right way to go about it. If you wanna do it, I'll go to Missoula and get the material tonight or today. And get it put on and covered as soon as possible, get the membrane, ice and water titanium, it's a 30-year warranty. Put that down over it and order the metal. Once I get that part done, and then the metal takes about 2 weeks. That titanium can be exposed for up to 18 months before you have any issues with it, so. It should stop all of our water ingress within.
What is the titanium stuff?
It's what I put under the dome, titanium PSU it's called. It's an ice and water membrane, it's like rubber, nasty, sticky. With a fibrous synthetic stuff over it, so it's super tough. I think the membrane that guy put on, I think was it 8,000 he charged?
6 or 8.
6 or 8,000, so this will be done right, it'll be done permanent, it'll outlast all of us by a bunch.
It was Lincoln Roofing who did that, and
Yeah,
he can't be found.
he's got an old Facebook page with no activity on it for a couple of years, that's all we can find.
Total price 11,000. 350.
Whatever I wrote, I don't remember. I don't anticipate it going much more than that, if any, and I put in there that if it looks like it's going to, I'll come let you know. We'll clear everything ahead of time.
Yeah, just so back to that communication thing, so we know
Yep.
what's going on.
Yeah, for sure. There won't be a middleman here, it'll be me and you guys, so. Nobody in the middle, nothing get lost in translation.
Well, I'll make the motion to go ahead with this.
I'll second it.
Any public comment? Meeting done, all in favor? Aye. This can't be
Good.
carried out for a long time.
What's that?
This cannot be carried out for a long time.
3 years?
Bullshit. It's gonna be done. I'm
No,
serious.
that's next job on the list, so I'll get material tomorrow and get started. Well, my lift's up the street, so soon. By the weekend, I should have the material.
Says 30 days on there, is that what it says?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
It's gonna take longer than we want it to, because every piece of metal's gotta get cut individually. This is like building the puzzle to put together. This is not an easy task.
And
So,
once this is done, then they can hire out the interior of the dome.
yeah. Yeah, you better get somebody else for sheet.
Do we
rock.
need
I
to
think
sign this then?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Right here. So all in favor? Aye. I thought I remembered.
And I'm gonna prove my closet and I will get the red check.
You tell, go and tell her that it's
Next page,
6,000. 6466 for the third.
6466. Okay.
Yeah, you can tell her, yeah, I can walk in.
Without,
Yeah. I go tell her, so she don't think he's. Well, guys. Yeah.
Is Jackie coming up, calling in, driving up?
Wanna touch?
You're just way ahead of schedule. I text her.
You're probably in a school where they don't get that service.
I know. I know she had a lot of information.
Be nice to get that done, seal once and for all.
Yeah.
You know, we've wasted a lot of money taking people, that's why it's always worried about taking money in bids, because we took where people, oh yeah, I promise you, and yeah, not even a year, remember
Yeah.
that?
We could spend more than that and get another crappy job. By somebody else. A
Yeah.
lot more.
Well, I think where we're gonna get that off, when it comes out, if it gets the right pitch coming down, we're gonna have it sit there where it has, seeping through the
Yeah.
cracks.
Yeah.
So many years, nothing happened, no maintenance and that, you just keep patching and patching. Get by, cause we didn't, And like on that, we've up in the Gale on that.
I know, I don't
Just what
understand what
comes
was
through, we
going
did
on.
everything we're supposed to, the third to call and start telling us how, you're not. We did recognize when we were working, trying to get it. We need to be told every time. Everything was bad.
I failed to look at chat.
I did see Janine did have someone here measuring for carpet. On the stairs in the
Well, if
last
they
2
get on
weeks.
there, 'cause that's a hazard there,
Mhm.
some of that's tore up and somebody's gonna. I mean,
Tumble.
it should have been took care of, was told and told.
Yeah.
That's good, she got some again.
Yeah.
A lot of people up and down and stairs down there, mud and dragging their feet.
So what are we waiting on?
Jackie, they're not supposed, she's in that big thing down there.
The Pearl Health Fair. I wonder if this is better.
Snap page 2 of that, is that?
I was gonna come and show.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, you
That's
done?
pretty handy having that automatic signature.
Are we done with him?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, guys. I'm just a little bit.
Yeah,
Oh, wow, saves a lot of time knowing
is it on there?
that. Mhm.
Oh,
That was the, yeah, these are all automatic.
oh, you didn't even have to sign checks.
No, just gotta go through the claims. and that's pretty handy.
What's that?
How they
The
sign it up,
automatic
so
signature.
it's automatic.
Yeah, stamp, you rat. You have to write all that.
I said,
I am.
May I?
I'm wondering about that.
Yeah, you voted for it. That's pretty handy, saves a lot of time.
So you don't have to do anything?
Did
I just
Mary
do the
Ruth and
claims.
do you, the
Just the
engineering
first part, I
reports?
go through them, and the rest, the
Yeah.
checks is automatic.
I don't think there was much.
Which is
Did you
Way
get any?
better.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna reach
Cause now
out.
all the checks already.
I'd
gone.
asked her, the bridge was supposed to be separated out. I can get a hold of Brad.
Other than like the agreements and stuff like that. Like,
I'll ask her. I know she was gonna send them. and then
Somebody
it was
from
holiday.
Galaxy Tab A.
Is that Jackie?
Well, that might be that, it is.
I know. We can ask to unmute.
With their hand raised.
Yeah, see, I didn't think.
Can you hear me?
Who is this?
Oh,
Yeah.
it's good.
It's Gail.
yeah. Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, good, okay. Yeah, so that, I don't know what whatever else that you want with that bridge stuff, but, I'll be talking to Brad later on today so I can ask him. What would you like?
And then see how much does it all have to go to the bridge, or if we can get the bridge done cheap and use some of that for the road. 'Cause
No,
there's
it's,
the road to get through it, it's gonna take quite a bit there.
it's definitely just for the bridge. That's all it was for. I know that for a fact.
But likely be the overlayment as well, but yeah, not another road other than
No, I
that,
mean,
yeah,
you know,
okay.
They're gonna have to move it, I mean, now, do we have to put in a side one to get by till we can get that in, you know,
So do you want me to have Brad give somebody a call?
that'll get on the agenda next week,
Right.
and so we're all here, and I was just curious if we had that, but they can go around on the highway, never mind. If we had to, start tearing that bridge out, the locals, they'll just have to use the other way.
Right, yeah, I would think so anyway.
That's all I was just curious, but yeah, if he could get on, it, I guess he don't really need to get on, they know they'll have to dig it out, and it'll probably be a 10 to 15 foot on each side approaches it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that's part of it, but like anything else, but I won't, because that.
And was there a certain, on that grant, was that a concrete one, or can you use a metal flat base one?
No, I don't think it was specific to what kind it was. It was just a flat bottom culvert is what and I thought we were gonna use metal. But, I'll ask Brad to send over to Billy any specifics that he has.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
Yep, you bet.
So now what kind of phone's that gonna come through on a Galaxy Tab A8? Is that something, or is that through the city or?
It's for tablet. Just like the Android version of an iPad.
Stapler in here?
Here.
Uh-huh.
Clark Ward, and he said that, he wanted us to give him a call. He said that he got told his name was mentioned for Marshall Creek on the solid waste. He's gonna dig up the old agreement and see what reads, but everybody that's dumping on the ranch account lives on the ranch. And at some point does work on the ranch. One is a full-time employee and the other something did dwelling pitches in on occasion, but both do work for the ranch. There was a family member living in town dumping, and I told Jody that's not okay. I think that was taken care of, but the other should be okay. Give me a ring, thanks. So the one living in town, that was the one that was a complaint on, so he told me that they'd have to pay for the one, so that's pretty much covered, so.
Well, and I think that wasn't at all that person's fault. It was the site container or the site assistant or whatever that said, oh, you're with the ranch, so you can
Yeah.
go.
But was there a place in town that doesn't have a dump number?
No, it
Oh, okay.
was,
It's all on Marshall.
Okay. And. Yeah, I think that's what he's saying, what Clark's saying is consistent, with I think, with the intent of it. But if they subdivide, there isn't not, yeah,
Right.
not, he's not saying that, he's just saying that members of the family.
Pretty much what we said.
Yeah,
So both hired man properties are fine. So I can
Yep,
send
hired
Jody
man
a
are-
email to clarify that.
There was a family member and he said no.
I will clarify that then.
all right. Still want it on the agenda for next week to clarify that.
I think that probably resulted,
I'd just leave it at that. He said
Yeah.
he'll look and see, but he's
Yeah.
pretty much saying what we said.
who even knew?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just leave, yeah,
Okay, I'll just send her an email.
and I'll call him later too. He just said give him a call, but I'll just call him later. Kind of a FedEx guy passed that other guy and went right to his house.
oh, UPS, yeah, UPS.
But that UPS guy passed that, I can't think of his name, on the wrong side of the road and then. Here he is at his house.
Yeah, he got an earful, I think. Yeah,
I mean, that's the thing, when I went around there to look, holy cow, it don't matter. And then Paul called and told me about it, and I said, well, call the sheriff, but about the kids sitting there spinning in their side by side, but by the time they get there.
that's so rude, I mean.
So the supposedly front end damage. The front end damage of two vehicles up there, were they speeding?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
If you're going the speed
They're walking
limit.
the road, they hit each other.
Lost control, yeah, I mean, that guy can't believe how fast they go up there, it's terrible.
Yeah, I don't know.
There should be a lot more racks. Serious.
Yeah,
I
So
mean,
that, those people couldn't come back on us saying. The road is in bad shape and that's what tore my.
They could
they can try, but that's not gonna happen.
I mean, it's been
There-
talked about how bad the road is, it's on the agenda and everything else, so I mean, it's not like. We're hiding anything, that's, they just need to slow down, and even his cousin gets a ticket. You know, I mean, that's pretty much,
Gotta drive the conditions of the road, even, and that's in statute.
Can't quit yawning. I know you make me do it. No, you're making me do it. So what's this funding and county home companionship program?
it's that area five, so, I did. Talk to some more people, there might be, somebody interested,
Private,
she has a whole bunch of stuff for us, so. She's gonna
So we're gonna wait till 2:50.
Yeah, cause she's in that healthcare at the high school in Drummond. They got that big healthcare going on.
Yeah, I sent her a text to let her know.
Sheriff.
Are you guys taking a break or?
I'll be
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll be.
back on at 2.
2:50.
Yeah, we'll go off and come back on. That's her.
Jackie, are you Granite Health? I guess I should ask to unmute.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, her-
Yay.
they don't be calling county.
Oh, I'm laughing on.
Go ahead, Jackie, it's up to you. Are you there? Nope. What happened to you?
Oh, uh-oh, here. Unmute. She muted herself. There we go.
Are you back?
No,
Yeah, I am.
okay.
Well, technical difficulties today.
Well, darn it.
No, it's all right. All right, so we're on the area 5 on aging, funding and county's home companionship program. I'll let you lead on.
Well, what do you want me to lead on?
Well, this area 5 is back on, we had it put back on, so we have more information and I'm just reading this here in front of me.
Well, what have you guys decided you're going to do?
No, we haven't decided nothing yet, I was just reading this.
Well, so
I guess what the main thing was, we were seeing if anybody had any other agencies that wanted to do it. Or if the
Well,
senior,
yeah, that's seeming to be the problem of somebody taking on the program. I did visit with the CEO this morning from the hospital. Just to kind of tell him what the program was. I don't know if you guys want to approach closer to him about the subject or.
we haven't met him yet, he was gonna come in, but he went down there, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, he was there and there was, I think something had come up and so he was unable to leave the clinic is kind of what I was gathering today. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know where you guys want this conversation to go.
I guess my personally trying to figure out what to do or how to do it, or if we can even, I mean, it's. Trying to read over this Older Americans Act Services and Funding, I was just kind of going through it.
Right.
Not and over from Joe Gilboy.
This come from Joe Gilboy?
Yeah, and that's just the general information about the funding for the program. And kind of how he had said, the funding can be used for transportation. It could literally just be given to the senior centers to support their programming. I mean, the hospital does transportation, the hospital does adult daycare. And Jackie, is that something that this funding can be used for, or?
I believe it can, and that's what I had talked to the new CEO about, maybe that could be a possibility. They wouldn't have to do in-home companion like they are doing now. I mean, you can kind of write your program however it fits for your need, is my understanding from Joe.
That's what he was kind of saying, and so can, like now that we lost another person on the Area 5 that cuts down. Do the people that she is taking care of, do they move to the other ones, or do we just all of a sudden now just? That's what I don't know.
Right.
Fix them up now, or they're done, because we don't have no way to do it. And then the funding, you know, and everything, it's,
Well, that's a discussion that, about placement that I don't really want to have here today,
no,
if that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to pass on what I heard yesterday from that lady.
Right, right. So,
You know, a lot more on this besides trying to figure out what we're gonna do or how.
well, right. So the problem is, and you know, there is no home health in our county. We can't get anybody to come here. I guess I just don't know. And like I talked to that Brian today about, you know, it would be a great place for them to take that on at the hospital. So I guess we just need to take time to sit down, make an appointment with him, sit down and visit with him about if that's something that Granite County Medical can, you know, just take on and put it in with their other services.
So like something like this, should we table it for like next week and see if we can get him to come in so we can sit down and try to figure this out?
Yeah, I guess, or, yeah, or I don't know if you want to go meet with him another time, or, you know, I don't know. Or, you
Okay,
know, make,
sorry, I'm confused. Why is this on the agenda? Because,
We thought we might have some information on private people that might want to do it. And it didn't work out.
and we don't,
And I'm going to put it on there.
Okay.
Because I thought we'd have something to.
And we don't.
We don't.
so,
Just table it till
yeah,
sometime.
shall we do? So one question, Jackie, on the Area 5. Is it almost non-existent right now, or we? are
no, we have, you know, we still have aides that are going, but, you know, it's just kind of yeah, we still have aides going. We have one that put in a resignation on Friday. We're just figuring out, I guess, what we're going to do with the people she had. I mean, I guess I don't know, because where do you guys want to go with this? With the contract not picking up Area 5 with Anaconda Deer Lodge, where do you guys want to go?
Right.
So,
looking at it, I guess, yeah, because of the new budget year coming up, if how many, I guess we'd have to inform the people that are being seen by our aides that we no longer are going to have this service, and try to get maybe the hospital interested, because like you said, you don't have any kind of funding, anybody wanting to come in and do it. So doesn't sound like it's real feasible, because it needs a supervisor. I don't think an aide can supervise another aide.
I don't think.
no. I don't think that would be a good fit.
And if we let them know now, at least they have an opportunity to start looking, and maybe they have a friend or a relative or something to come in and take care of them, that could help take care of their friend, you know, and then maybe there's something that.
Because
Joe
right now,
said
we're
we
in
could-
a new fiscal year.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I just don't see it working, and it's, unless we can, home healthcare in Grand County, we don't have it. I
Right.
wish we- There again, we have nowhere to house them or nothing, so.
Well, and I know there's, yeah,
Pay mileage and travel, and then it's what the money's there for.
well, we have somebody in our county that could use some hospice services, but nobody will come here now. So I guess, do the commissioners start writing letters to these home health and hospice agencies? I mean, I don't know. I don't know, I don't know the next step.
Are you looking
I-
at ending the program? So it'd definitely be given notice to people that you're
That's what-
working for and the, yeah, and
that's
the
what-
employees.
Just,
Yeah.
that's what we both sit and talk, saying that, I think we better let the people know, but this could be going.
Yeah.
saying Good percentage it is, because we don't have.
I'd give them 30 days notice and then to the workers and the people they're doing it for.
Well, and, okay, yeah, because I guess I'm looking for guidance from you guys.
Yeah. So at least 30 days.
30 days.
Go ahead, Jackie, sorry.
Well, I guess I'm looking for guidance from you guys. What do you want?
Well, I think right now it's a point where either give them 30 or 60 days and start telling them this program is probably gonna go down. Cause we don't have the financing, we don't have we have a little bit, but it's not. Now we ain't gonna, we're short another person. So I think at first, I don't know if we need to write letters to them or just tell them.
I do letters.
I do letters.
That way they make sure and get them.
Need a motion.
Like a hand delivered letter.
Need a motion to write
Yeah.
that. I'll make a motion to write a letter that possibly, most likely will be gone.
Well, I wouldn't send a letter until you're sure of it. And give them 60 days.
So, okay, I think maybe we need to get it on the agenda to see if maybe the hospital would be interested in picking it up.
Right, and I think that if we could go meet with the new CEO and just lay things out, because we were at the health fair this morning when I was visiting with him, and maybe just like be able to sit down with him and give him a better synopsis of what the program is about. That might be beneficial too.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Let's do that. And then. make
Have it on in a week or 2 weeks.
Because right now, no one is there to manage Area 5.
No.
Correct.
They're gone. We have no one. We don't have the funds to hire a manager to manage. How many aides do we have left, Jackie? Two aides.
There are two.
Okay.
We just lost them.
I think when you send the letter, I wouldn't say finance, I was just saying it's too difficult to.
To manage the program.
Manage the program.
I'll put the doctor, the new CEO on for next week, so we're already into this, then. Better get it out sooner than.
Yeah, no, because like I said, right now, we're in a new fiscal year.
Right, and I don't know if, has Joe sent you guys a new contract for the upcoming year? I mean, I have not seen one, but that doesn't mean anything.
But we
So
could,
not. Go ahead, Blaine.
I could sign it and put that money towards something else, correct? So.
Well, and
But-
that's, I guess that's where we need clarification from Joe. If you guys don't take on that task order in that contract, does he need to know that prior to this so they can disperse it into other entities?
I thought he said you could.
I
Yeah.
thought we acted as a pass.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
comes through us, but you can.
Okay.
Yeah, do a pass through.
Yeah.
So I just need to look at that contract language.
Yeah.
Good, so.
Okay. I'm just making some notes here. So yeah, I wasn't, so.
We'll put that new CEO on for next week and then see what we can do and maybe. We better let Joe Gilboy could be on so he could answer some questions too.
I think that would be a good idea. So. And yeah, and like as Deb Robinson had said, this could be like the daycare that they provide, that could be a good transition for some of these clients too, so.
The medical center does that?
They do adult.
Yeah, it's adult daycare, yeah.
That's
And
not
it's-
something- I mean, if we can make it work, I wanna make it work, but I just, where we're sitting right now, I don't see it working.
I mean, we have a greater need than what the Area 5 can provide.
Alrighty, well, we'll figure it out and get him on and we'll let you know.
Okay.
I'll be on the same page.
All right, sounds good.
Oh, Elena, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gagliano, for the record. Well, basically, this is almost what I brought up this morning when you were discussing the QRUs. And I said that the hospital should be involved and discussion with the new CEO. That's a great idea, Jackie, that it be on the agenda to discuss the QRUs and this, the Older Americans Act. I'm looking at what was uploaded and right there, transportation, information assistance, home delivered meals, homemaker, home choice, nursing. The hospital is not a nursing home, but it does have long care beds and they do take care of the elderly there. So they would definitely be interested in something like this. Thank you.
And Elena, when I spoke with Brian this morning, you know, with him just starting, I think this is his first full week. So, you know, he's kind of like drinking out of the water hose this week, but I just think giving him the information and then the hospital can make an informed decision.
Yes, Jackie, thank you. I've been also talking to the trustees about how things are being handled. And so, yeah, I'm involved with that also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All righty, well, we'll just table it for next week if we can get them on next week. We'll.
Yeah, I'll try to coordinate.
Or underneath that water hose or whatever he is and see if we can get him in.
Drinking out of that. Nice one, Jackie.
Thank you.
Perfect. So
So I'm going to approve the agreement with the Forest Service for
we
the
haven't,
Riddick Field.
we haven't received it yet. We're still waiting on the verbiage. Yeah, we thought it would be done.
The,
So it's out.
the agreement we received said Beaverhead County in a
Yeah.
couple places.
We're waiting for it to be.
That's because they send it to Dylan, they don't do the stuff here, the paperwork goes to Dylan and go through all them, then it comes back, it's the same thing happened last.
And there was a provision in the draft agreement that said that we have to follow like federal appropriations, when like letting out hiring and so forth, but that has nothing, all you're doing is allowing them to use the facility, and they basically just have all this boilerplate stuff in their contracts.
So this
Yeah.
table then,
Yeah, hopefully they have it back to us.
and move we adjourn.
Second. Public comment?
Blaine, you hear the good news?